All right, all right. How's it going tonight, everyone? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sorry for the late start. I didn't get much sleep last night. I needed a nap, and that took forever. Whatever, you know how it goes. Joy, right? Anyways, we got a bunch of stuff to pick up on tonight, so we're gonna try to get right into it and go from there. But how's it going, Ubuntu and Matt and No Rough Check? Welcome, welcome. Hope you all are doing well. So this weekend, yeah, I guess we'll do this right away. This weekend we had the I Am Freedom board meeting, and one of the things the board has been working on, we've mentioned it here on stream before, but I'll mention it here as all of you are here now. We've been trying to get a certain name cleared for trademark use, and that certain name is game. So what I've been doing quietly in the background on non-stream nights is I have started the alternative UI for Purple 3 named Game 3. And I showed this to the I Am Freedom board last night, or on Saturday during the board meeting, or after the board meeting. There's not a whole lot going on yet, but the idea is we're going to preserve the Pidgin 2 user interface and release it as Game 3. But it's using GTK 4 and talking to Purple 3. So right now, all I have is a contact list. I had to manually create an account, blah, blah, blah. This is real MVP stuff right here. But so, you know, all these buttons work, this kind of stuff, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if you've seen how familiar you guys are with this. The idle time just disappeared. Contact details, that makes the list big and small, right? I can turn idle times back on. Boom, there's idle time. It's easier to see there. And then, offline contacts, right? Boom, boom, boom. Everything just kind of works. Now, the stupid thing is, because of GTK 4 and everything, this is only 940 lines of code so far. Such an important facet of your childhood. Nice. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, too, right? So, like, on stream the one day, we were joking about creating this and stuff like that. I was like, you know, we'll probably do it, but we're going to have a name of something like Pidgin Legacy or something, blah, blah, blah. And then I can't remember who said it. It might have been me. It probably wasn't. Was like, wait, with AOL gone, is the AIM trademark still valid? And the answer is no. It expired. So we had our lawyer go and do a global trademark search, and there's a little diciness. I'm not going to talk about it too much because I don't want it to happen. And what I mean is I don't want it necessarily brought to the attention of the people that could bring the issue. But there's somebody that could stop us from using the name. They're not using the name game, but they could stop our usage because our usage could be confusing to their usage of their name. But we'll see what happens. If we got to rename, we got to rename. But the idea is to go with game and go from there. So a lot of this probably won't be shown on stream, just because it gives me something to do that's off stream. But yeah, right now it's kind of stuck because I don't want to go and build all the stuff for all the old account setting stuff when we're actively replacing the account setting stuff. But that's been the secret project, blah, 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 blah. So it's slowly getting there. It is up on HG Keeper. I got to get license files and stuff in there. The other thing is, since this is all brand new code, technically speaking, I'm the only copyright holder. And I haven't decided if we're going to stick with GPL 2, if we're going to change that. But then the other question becomes, since this is a reproduction of the Pidgin 2, I almost said AI, fuck. Excuse me. UI is technically, like, spiritually, yeah, definitely, you know, other people should be credited for that. But, like, technically I'm rewriting it all from scratch. So, I don't know. It gets weird. Right? So, I don't know. All right, anyways, back to the Pidgin 3 stuff. I don't remember where the hell we left off because it's been a week. Did we merge accounts? I don't even know. This is been a crazy week, and I've got tons of stuff to do tomorrow too, and we'll see, and blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay, so add purple account settings ready to go. Also, you'll notice I've changed my avatar and Pidgin's avatars in a lot of places to the new application icon. If you have questions, queries, quandaries, whatever, let me know. Actually, you know what? Let's do it this way. I don't know why I didn't think of this. Oh, that's right. John created the 2026 board meeting thing. Cool, cool, cool. We're gonna say new topic, new application icon for Pidgin 3. Sure, we can do this as news. That means it's gonna post out to Mastodon, which is fine. Greetings programs. We have just added our new application icon for Pidgin 3 to the to version control. We just committed to version control, and we to hear your thoughts. In this pixelate image. I don't know why I didn't do this. I should have done this in the first place. One of those things, you don't think of it till you think of it, right? Then you go from there. We want to hear your thoughts. So please share them below. Or share them on this post. On Pixelate. I thought there was a way to quickly flip between light and dark mode, because that's been something people have been like, it's gonna look bad on light mode, and it looks fine. At least from what I've been, Now, I'm not, an accessibility expert or anything, but to my crappy eyes, it looks fine. Thought there was a quick way to do this. I guess not. So, alright, whatever. Can I change the alt text for this? Or do I have to do this in markdown mode? I have to do it in markdown mode. New Pidgin 3 application logo. Say a white chat bubble with stylized PD in pink and a separate purple speech bubble. Okay, cool. All right. Great topic. So this should say will be auto-published on ActivityPub at midnight. Woo! I didn't actually look at that. Think. Okay. Still getting used to the Stream Deck. One of these days, it will just be instinctual. All right, anyways, we're gonna merge the account settings because this doesn't depend on anything else. CP, Pidgin clean, HE up default, HE full minus U. Build Ninja Turtles. 4146. But yeah, so it's funny, like all that stuff in the buddy list so far. Well, so the stuff with game 3 is it's going to end up using the same nomenclature as Pidgin 3, or because it's based on Purple 3. So like buddies are out, contacts are in, stuff like that, blah blah blah. But like it'll be the same user interface with just little different names and stuff here and there. But yeah, the funny part is it just everything is so much easier, so much easier now than it used to be. It's like, oh, okay, sure. I'm also learning some tricks that should be useful for Pidgin 3 too that I like overlooked, stuff like that. How's it going, Broccoli? Welcome, welcome. And Robotic Head, hello, hello. Those of you that don't know Robotic Head, he's another streamer here on Twitch. He works on a project management tool called Near Beach, and if that's your jam, go give him a follow, or just give him a follow because he's a programmer here on Twitch. That's a good enough reason too. do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Yeah. Alright. Randomizer, count settings. Mine is those defaults. Okay. Go over to 4147, which I believe is unblocked. Does EXP stand for experimental 4? Yes. Will happen in 22 days. Will experimental 5 start then? How many? The number of experiments are planned until we have a stable. So the experimental releases are every 3 months. Just they're time based. We'll go from experimental to alpha when we believe the API for protocols is roughly complete. There's a bunch of stuff that still needs to change yet, and things that haven't been designed or implemented yet. And the idea is that alpha will signify that we think things are ready for third-party protocol developers to start looking at, although some already have. But we're trying to not like rug pull them. So it's like, hey, you can check things out and stuff, but like we're gonna break stuff, right? Like that just means everything right now is still experimental. Things will change, and you need to be careful and go from there. But like the intent is, it is what it is, right? With a volunteer open source or with a volunteer-based open source project, time's our enemy, right? There's only so many hours in a day we can actually work on stuff, and yeah, like it is what it is. But so like right now, we should actually go through these too. So this is the current list of tasks that are still open, and some of these are going to get pushed off to the next release. Yeah, time is everyone's biggest enemy, really. But like, so in this cycle, getting to experimental 4, we've had 2 people start working on third-party protocols now. And like this whole account setting stuff is something I've been pushing off for a long time because I didn't want to deal with it. But it's like, oh, okay, well, other people are showing up. I should probably fix this so that they can keep working. And yeah. And like we can get them moved to the newer stuff and all that crap, all that fun stuff. All right, that's merged too. Yeah, so in 22 days or whatever the counter is, we will do the release, and what's done is done. What's not done gets pushed to the next release. Okay. Oh, I gotta get the migration docs finished. Okay, and that scheduler used back. Okay, we didn't finish that, but we were waiting on something for that. I don't remember what it was. Oh, wait, did that land? Oh, I guess not. I guess we moved to the account stuff for that. Oh, damn. I meant to mention. Alright, whatever. It's fine. I'll do it real quick. Ah, shit, already posted. Damn. All right, I missed it. So, URL copy. This will take us over to here. No, it just took us. Oh, that's stupid. All right. Anyways, that should show up on ActivityPub if anybody's following stuff like that. I just totally forgot to. I was gonna mention Hilke in there and I forgot. So it's my bad. But whatever, is what it is. Like I can go and update it now, but it's not gonna redo the. It's not gonna update the Mastodon post. So I don't think it does. I'd be weird if it did, but Mastodon.social. I need a boost for reach. Mastodon.social. Yep, good. Okay. All right. So one of the next parts for the account manager or the account setting stuff is to do the UI for it. We have some minor issues, which I think we'll tackle in well, we kind of need to do them both. So I started moving all the IRC stuff to the new settings. But I realized I can't necessarily do that with the old. Well, the old stuff. So we added some background or some not background backwards compatible API to turn the existing stuff into the new stuff, so we can work with it. So we only have one interface to work with. But I realized it was incomplete on some of the stuff. But all right, so that looks okay. Let's try to do the incomplete stuff right quick though. So the incomplete stuff is XMPP core dot no, we need XMPP protocol dot C. So the main problem is we don't currently support the list items in the new account setting stuff. I didn't think anybody actually used them. I was wrong. And demo doesn't have any. What do we put it? There's something in Bonjour. I don't think there was anything in Bonjour, but maybe. No, we didn't put account options in here, apparently. All right, that's fine. That's weird, but that's okay. All right. But so the main problem is we don't support the purple account option list stuff. Right? We don't support that. So we need to write a wrapper for that, which is okay. It's not a big deal. But we need to do it. So protocol dot C. Protocol.c. Default account settings. So this guy here, right now, right? We purple pref bool int string. I gotta remember how this works. Account option dot h. This should. So the account option API is gonna go away. That's part of the fun here. I guess we just should have looked at list new. I think list new gets a little weird. It's okay. Account option.c list new. Okay, so it does purple press string list. Okay, cool. So we can just say else if type equals blah. Setting. We have to actually build it. Yep, it's okay. Equals purple account setting list new. I guess we'll make it string list. String list new ID a label. We've already pulled those out of the existing preferences. And then I think that's all the default has here. Oh, that has a list. Okay, so we can, well, oh, we can't set the list until it exists, right? Wait, what? Okay, yeah. So we have to build the list first. That's okay. It's fine. Not a big deal. So we're gonna make this. Oh no, that's right. So I was gonna change the way this API works a bit, and that's okay. So we're gonna say for G list star items equals how do we get this thing? Get list. Have a human readable description of the value to the type. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Yeah. G list star items equals null. I will just do it right away. It should be option. I'm gonna create the setting. L is not equal to null. Equals L. Next. Okay. Should we pass? I'm guessing we're not supposed to take ownership of this at all, but we have to verify. Yeah, it returns the list to us, and that's fine. Okay. So we're gonna do this is gonna give us a purple key value pair, which I'm trying to get rid of these things too. I don't think we really should need them, but we'll see. So each one of those is gonna have a key and a value, and then we don't care about the destroy. In our case, this should always be 2 strings, right? Yeah. So purple key value pair star kvp equals L data. And then we're gonna say purple account setting string list add item. Oh, this is stupid, but it's okay. Purple account setting purple account string list setting. List setting. Is that a show with the raid? Welcome, welcome. How are you? How was your stream tonight? What were you up to? Make sure we get you a shout out there. Hope you're doing well. Now let's do this way. Oh, I got distracted by the raid and messed up. It's fine. Setting. String list. Setting. This setting, comma. It's just a box type. Good, doing some Go and suffering through some React. We're doing alright with Pidgin. We're not quite where I wanted to be, but you know, such is the story of an open source project. We're getting there though. Lots of stuff's coming together. We're finally redoing our account settings, which is something that's had been done for a long time. The way the protocols tell the UI and everything what the settings are for an account and stuff like that. It's been workable, but it's got a lot of I guess issues is fair to say. And the new option should fix it up a lot. Although there's a bunch of other stuff we have to deal with as part of that, but is what it is. The joys of old code bases and updating them, right? All right, so this is roughly the idea. Right, KVP is not. Oh, I have to include it. Okay, that looks much better. Okay, yeah, all this is gonna be busted because this doesn't exist yet. We gotta build it. And yeah. Excuse me. The joys of taking naps. I wake up and I have gunk in my throat. It's lovely. I don't ever start smoking or vaping, kids. Just don't do it. I smoked for 19 years and then vaped for a couple years after that. And it's been like 5 years since both. And my goodness. Just don't. All right, so now we actually have to create the actual account setting. So we have this old API purple account options, and those are going away. We're going that way. Using quit smoke, yeah. I mean, like I said, it's been years ago. So, like I think I finally quit so whatever. I started smoking at 14 because that's when you do, right? But that was 1996 when I started. So, and then I quit 19 years later. So 2015 is when I went to vaping full time. And then I quit that, then relapsed, and then quit again. And yeah, I heard about NPM. Crazy stuff. And all because somebody got fished. Like, it happens, right? Like, obviously, it's not ideal, and, you know, the bad time for everyone, but one phishing email is all it took. Absolutely nuts. Yeah, I mean, it's all over the place. NPM, attack, fish. Oh, whatever. There. You can read the Krebs article. The whole thing was to steal crypto, because of course it was. So you're probably using some of those packages, Robotic Head. So, you know, make sure you scan your stuff and go from there. You can't just fix it by removing the packages. You have to reset every computer infected? That sounds weird. Like, it's just backdoor code. You should be able to just pull in a new version. But I don't know. I don't do anything with Node, so I didn't really pay that much attention, but that would be my assumption. Handle it tonight? Yeah. Yeah. Good luck. Like, it sucks. It is what it is. Oh, okay, wait. We did account setting string. Okay, so hold on. I messed up the nomenclature here. So this should be purple account setting string list. Account setting. Oh, I got this part right. Wow. Yep. Like I got half of them done the right way, but not the rest. Lovely. All right. Anyways. Account setting string list. Oh, what am I doing? Well, you're gonna multi-cursor this shit because we can. Boop. Account setting string list.h. Okay. Multi-cursor, all the things. A string list setting for an account. All right, we got to reformat or reflow everything. That's fine. Let's do it that way. How's it going, G-Bone? Bone? One of these days I'll get it right on the first try. All right, so I can create a new one. ID, UE do not have a default value. Oh, crap. Okay. Yep, we have to come back to that, but that's okay. Got it the second time? Yeah, it just... I say it and I go, that's wrong. Let me say it right. So this guy's not gonna have a default value. This isn't gonna have, or this needs to become set active, I guess. The ID of the new active value. This can be null. Yes. Sets the sets the active item. setting at ID to null will deselect or will make no item active. There you go. All right. Just going through kernel code. Oh boy. I mean that's definitely something fun to get through. I guess I don't know. Kernel code is weird to me just because I'm so used to the standard libc and glib and stuff. I look at kernel code with klibc and I'm just like, what in the hell? Not that there's anything wrong with it or anything. It's just different. Oh, get active. It's the ID of the active value. Yeah, that's fine. You understand for the most part? Oh, you were okay. It's your own custom kernel. Gotcha. I don't know. When people say kernel, I'm assuming they mean Linux, but I could be anything, as you proved. Sometimes you just gotta take a guess. D of the active value. Or null if there is no active value. Yeah, I think we're just going to implement this as glist model and make people do it that way. Yeah. You're doing that too next on your to-do list? Oh boy. I don't know. Kernel space is just so weird to me, but that's fine, right? I'm fine in user space. I got no reason to go messing around in kernel space. Some people like to do that, and that's fine, just not for me. The madness of wave files? Oh boy. I thought they were relatively straightforward, but you still have to learn how to sample them. Oh, I take that back, right? Because wave is a container, and inside the container is a bunch of different codecs and that stuff. But like after that, it should be straightforward, I would think, but I don't know. As for why the hell do I know these things, I'm old. The best answer I have. Way back when, one of the first things I tried to do in open source was, so as your typical teenager in the 90s and early 2000s, I was definitely not necessarily involved, but aware of the Ware scene. And at the time, I was working at a movie theater, and I would be in projection sometimes. And I found out that DTS sound in theaters at the time worked off of CD-ROMs, and I was trying to reverse engineer the format, but I didn't know shit about digital audio encoding. So like I figured out like the file headers and stuff, but like then I was like, I don't know what to do. You went down the FLAC rabbit hole recently? Yeah, that's a fun one. The header switches Indianness? Oh no. Yeah, welcome to data streams or binary data streams and Indianness mattering. It sucked. How's it going, Zishan? Welcome. The people you hear me talking to are over in Twitch because I'm dual streaming on both. So if you're curious, that's what's going on. Okay, and switching is common enough at least. Yeah, I mean, there's so many people who don't even know what it is, but that's okay. Yeah, there's lots of information out there. That's for sure. G point array star items. We'll get to properties later. Let's get the rest of this in first. Return val if val purple is setting string list setting no return setting dash active return purple type account setting string list ID label crap. I was thinking we were just going to use burb string for this burb string object, but that's not going to work. We're going to need our own well, purple key value pair. We didn't make this a G object, did we? No. Huh. Like, just go Google Nuxie. The Nuxie problem. That's a good way to teach you about Indianness. Good, quote unquote. Honestly, I haven't had to deal with Indianness in a long time. Most of the time, it's just like, yeah, convert from host to network and go. All right, so this is gonna get tricky because we need to. Well, yeah, I'm not sure how we're gonna do this yet. This is dumb. G return if val is setting. So first we have to find if the setting exists. Oh, I said look up the Nuxie problem. Like, I don't know if this is my DNS stuff or what. First, the problem of transferring data between machines with different byte ordering. The string Unix might look like Nuxie on a machine with a different byte sex. I don't know why they call it sex, but okay. E.g. when transferring data from Little Indian to Big Indian or vice versa. See also, what the fuck is Middle Indian? Whatever. You get the idea. Yeah. It's just that it's a common, like, I think it's probably even on Wikipedia like that. Oh my god. Load faster. Like, aren't I logged in? Oh, whatever. Like, I'm already donating. Yeah, so Nuxie takes you to Indianness. Yeah, so Unix was one of the first systems to allow the same code to be compiled for platforms with different internal representations. One of the first programs converted was supposed to print out Unix, but on the Series 1 it printed out Nuxie instead. A way to interpret it, whatever. It's on the Indianness Wikipedia page. So, only 3 views on that. All right. We need to figure out our background data stores for this. This is rather important. We need to do this like now. Oh. G define final type. We'll do the code part later. Purple account setting. String list. Purple account setting. String list. Cool to know about, even though it makes no sense why the industry's okay with both. Yeah, because Big Iron, man, and it really just comes down to, I mean, like, being able to like complaining about Indianness is also like complaining about character encoding, right? People made decisions for whatever reason, and that's okay, right? And for character encoding, I don't necessarily mean stuff like, you know, English versus Arabic or something, right? I mean something like ANSI 7-bit, ANSI 8-bit, Latin 1, ISO 8859-1, right? There's all these ones that do basic Latin characters because just people weren't talking and weren't being necessarily cooperative, right? And maybe some people thought they had better ideas and they want, right? It's fine, right? We can convert stuff. It's not the end of the world. Like all things, there's no one true answer to anything, except UTF-8. UTF-8 is amazing. At some point, we'll run out of space in UTF-8 eventually, especially if they keep adding emojis at the rate they are. Actually, I wonder if anybody's projected that. Like, when do we run out of free space in UTF-8? But to be fair, so like UTF-8, or to give you even more of an idea of UTF-8, UTF-8 used to allow up to 6 bytes per character, but like they since got rid of bytes 5 and 6. And they're like, yeah, we can just get away with 4. So maybe someday they'll just add back bytes 5 and 6, right? And then we'll get way more data out of it. And again, these are things that just most people just do not give any shits about. Let's do it this way. I like they shouldn't either. How's it going, Radu? Welcome, welcome. How are you? What is it? UTF-16 or is it UCS-2? That's the next problem. But like, you know that there was also UTF-24 and UTF-32 as well, right? And traditionally, when people speak of Unicode, they're talking about UTF-16, but sometimes they could be talking about UCS-2. And again, it is what it is. Like, you just figure out what you have and you go with it. But like, let's not talk about the nonsense of like Microsoft's stir or car, wide car, and T cars, and have fun figuring that out. Yeah. You went to a teachers union protest? Nice, good times. Yeah, support the unions. New full. We should probably have at least one item in here. Oh, this shouldn't say new, this should say init. Class init. Case in point, too, right? Weird things in tech. You know why I named this class with a K? Because historically speaking, some people, due to space requirements, on some Linux, on some machines, instead of having a C++ compiler and a C compiler, they would just compile their C code with their C++ compiler because that's something you can do. However, that's a keyword in C++. So to allow it to keep compiling, we name it with a K. Right? It's fine. Try to wrap your head around Unicode and C++, and maybe I'm just too dumb, but I just can't save Unicode to a character type and print it in a string. And I can't save it in a string and print it in a string because it's still cars. And it just laughs and says, sounds about right. Yeah, I mean, like, you should be using the Unicode library. Or, I'm not sure exactly how it works in C++. But libics is insane, but it should do the work for you. But in C, we have glib, the library at the very bottom of the GNOME stack. It's a compatibility and platform abstraction library on top of libc. And all of the internal strings are UTF-8. So everything just gets treated as a UTF-8 string, and you're good. That's all you gotta do. Unicode 16 is 292,531 assigned characters out of 1 million. So I think we're okay for now. Yeah, but how, like, aside from Windows, who's still using, aside from Windows and Python, Who still uses UTF-16? Oh, sorry. You're talking Unicode. Unicode 16. Sorry. Version 16 of Unicode has 292,531 assigned characters out of 1 million. So there's still plenty of room. That's not UTF-16. Unicode 16, he's talking about the version of Unicode. So Unicode keeps getting revved. That's when you get new emojis, that's because a new version of Unicode got out. Right, so the current version is 16. And I'm just being dumb and forgot that, right? So the Unicode 1, there's all the blocks and everything, yeah. Right? Oh, shit. Is this out yet? Will be released in 2026 or later. Since August 25, only 61 characters have been accepted. What's been accepted? Archaic cuneiform numerals? Oh, interesting. Jurchen? Music symbol supplement containing 48 characters for music symbols. Interesting. Oh, 17 just got released. Oh, wait. You said 16 has 292. Okay. Well, Wiki Books disputes what you're saying, but that's okay. Latest C++ versions are slowly fixing an issue, but not everyone has the luxury of using a compiler. So yeah, that's another problem. So the world needs now more emojis, of course. Well, I mean, there's other stuff that's not just emojis, but express yourself in different emojis. Sure, seems fine. We didn't get proper Unicode support till C++ 11, so is that? Yeah, no, that makes sense. Music symbols might be useful in a way. Yeah, I agree. List of Unicode characters is bigger than the number on the Unicode wiki page. Yeah, maybe they're talking about like where you merge characters together. I can't think of what that's called. Ligatures? Maybe? A new one with ring of Saudi Rael sign. One character will be added to currency symbols. Equal sign with infinity above will be added to miscellaneous. Huh. Yeah, either way, Unicode is, well documented. Those are still unique? Oh. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing. That's all I got. QLogic, while you're here, so we do end up needing account settings string list because of XMPP's stuff. I was gonna make it a glist model, but we don't have a item type, and purple key value pair is not a G object. It's a box type, but it's not a G object, so I can't stuff it into a list model. Any ideas on what to call a thing like that? Localized string? That's pretty much all I got right now is a localized string that has an ID and then, a translated part. People who design fonts for programming have much harder jobs after ligatures were a thing. Yeah, I don't understand the ligature thing. It's not for me. People like it. It's fine. Standard string, emoji, U8. Nice. Becoming more rusty with... Oh, they added pattern matching to C++ now? Interesting. Huh. Is that the one I normally get? The one where it merges the F and I? I think that's what it is. And it drives me nuts. And I'm like, stop. It's real annoying. But, is what it is. All right. We're kind of stuck on this to wheel this part. So we need an account. So I don't know if you've been following the pull request or not, but so I'm replacing the account options. There was a list account option. XMPP is currently using it, so I'm trying to re-implement that because I missed it. And I want to just make this a glist model so everybody can just use that, right? But we don't have a data structure. We don't have a data type to put in the glist model, right? The closest thing we have is purple key value pair, but this is a box type, if it's anything, yeah. So, and like this is not string specific either, which is okay. But I'm thinking of creating a purple localized string, which just has an ID and then the localized string. And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on that or a better name. Display string? Like I don't know, right? That's the question. See, if you're using dirty macros in C, I'd say you're using C wrong. So we have the burb string object, but that doesn't have a localized string to it. That's just the string itself. Now we could put it in burb. I don't have a problem putting it in burb. Maybe it makes more sense to put it in burb. It means I gotta wait on this part, which is fine. It's not a big deal. But yeah, so we just have string object. I guess yeah, let's just put it in burb. We'll just make a localized string, put it in burb. And then that way we can just go from there. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. You want to get more into C, you just jump straight to C++ because modern C++ is a completely different language, but now C is a completely different one for me, so I want to know it. So the thing with C, like, you can do, like, straight C, but, like, if you're in the Linux world, I would still highly recommend glib, although a lot of people will use Apache Portable Runtime too, or APR. Portable Runtime, and this will give you a bunch of helper stuff for everything. This is C, right? This isn't C++? I don't think it is. I've never actually used APR. I know Subversion used it. I know FreeSwitch does. I forget what else. Well, actually, no, it has to be C, because Apache built it for Apache. But yeah, so there's a lot of help there, but yeah. This fancy C++ feature are never in a large project. You did not... LVM is still mostly on C++ 11? Really? Well. You're on Windows, unfortunately, but you've used Linux for years and used WSL virtual machines in your life. Yeah, I mean, either way, right? Like, if you're trying to write portable C, you're going to end up with a ton of preprocessor nonsense and if you don't use glib or APR. If that's okay with you and you're only targeting Windows, then who cares, right? Like, you have to decide which way you want to go. But if you want to make things portable and work on other operating systems and stuff, APR or glib will do a lot of that work for you. But, you know, obviously they're opinionated. They're going to make changes, whatever. Obviously, you have to decide which way you want to go. But CMake can help with that. I would personally say don't use CMake, use Mason. Because I've tried to use CMake for years and gave up, and Mason fits all my needs and then some. And it fits needs I didn't even know I had. Whereas CMake just has been a pain. But I haven't used modern CMake. I haven't tried to use CMake in like 10 years. So yeah. Oh, translatable string or translated string? That's interesting. Did you CMake a Sea Lion ships with Ninja CMake? Yeah, well, okay. I mean, sure. I'm surprised they don't have Mason in there yet, but Mason also uses Ninja by default. Which is very cool. You gotta doing Ninja for a while? Like, you're actually writing the build files? Ooh. Sea Lion Mason. Mason project. Sea Lion documentation. Boom, there you go. But like one of the things I like to show about Mason is okay, that's not it either. Do I have a simple one? Maybe not. I mean, this is close enough, right? So Mason, you have to start with the project line, right? So the project name is GUPMP IGD subproject POC. It's a proof of concept I was doing. A list of languages or a single language, and then the version of the project. And then, boom, there's an executable. And this has a dependency on GUPMP IGD 1.0, right? And since I didn't say required equals false, it's required. And that's it. That's the entire build file. It works great. How's it going, Squeaker? Welcome, welcome. Maybe dead in the evening? I hope you're all right. Not sure what you're referring to, but stay safe. Build.ninja works? Okay. You're too old or most in kernel, and I like make and only make. Yeah, I mean that's a kernel thing, right? But like the kernel doesn't the kernel's portability, the kernel doesn't depend, the kernel is the operating system, right? It doesn't have all the dependencies and issues like that user space programs have, right? Like, oh, I don't know, not to harp on FreeBSD or anything, but like they don't follow the Linux file system hierarchy guidelines, right? So, or at least not completely. So like stuff is in different places on them, right? So that's a problem, right? When you're trying to do a build system, you now have to check both places and stuff like that, right? And then when, you know, that just that's one example, and there's tons of operating systems out there. So you need a tool to deal with that, because if you try to do that with a static make file, it's going to become unmaintainable extremely quickly. A little better than CMake, because I have to put project language and version on 2 lines. You like it better than CMake because you put it on 2 lines? Okay. You have to support multiple OSs and prevent the whole works on my machine problem. Specialized tools are needed. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it's, again, it like, if you're only like supporting 2 systems or something, sure, you can do it with Make, right? Like Ian Rob's done that forever. With all of the Purple plugins, right? So like Purple Discord, right? Makefile, right? He made it work, right? But he's got a whole bunch of nonsense here to make it work, right? So he even has translations in here with git text and stuff, right? But then he has a target for libdiscord.so, libdiscord3.so, libdiscord.dll, libdiscord3.dll, right? And then you have to run the targets that you think you need and you want to build against and set stuff up right to work for it, instead of just the build system figures it all out and does the right thing, right? And like, sure, it works, and for certain things it's fine, but like Pidgin's hundreds of files, right? Like not even trying to joke, right? libpurple ls star.ch wipe to wc minus l, right? 194 files. I'm not trying to manage all of that in a static make file. That's fool's errand. They're changing that in FreeBSD 16. Interesting. All right. I don't know if you can hear me G-bound because of ads, but we'll see. Oh, because it was all on one line. I mean, that was just an example, right? Like Pidgin's is way more complicated, right? So 450 lines for the top level Mason file, right? So there's the project line defining all that. Right. So your version, what version of Mason you require, your license files. These aren't necessary, but they can be helpful. Your default compiler options, right? So we default to C17. We set warning level to 2. And then, you know, it's just all the other nonsense there. But then, like, the actual Pidgin Mason file is, again, a nightmare because there's a million files. But, you know, this is another 260 lines. But then we actually create the shared library right here, right? But then you can create a dependency based on that shared library, which you can then use in other targets and stuff like that. And yeah, you get a lot more control here. And I don't know, I think the syntax is easier to understand and deal with than CMake ever was. But yeah. set to use LLVM, Clang, GCC available. Yeah, yeah. I mean, most of the time you just set the CC environment variable and it'll do the right thing. But yeah. But the build tools like Mason and stuff, you can we have checks for that even, right? If build type is plain and compiler good ID GCC, then we look for all these flags, and if they're available, then we add them, right? So if the compiler has these arguments, we add them for C. And apparently, if we're using the Sun C compiler, which I don't even think this is a thing anymore, but maybe, we turn on features extensions, right? And there's all sorts of other nonsense like this, but yeah. I don't know if I've ever had DevTools just work. It's always a lot of work getting them to work, but then they're usually fine. So, all right, we were going to go start this thing in Burb. I guess we'll go to this one. What are we? Oh, okay, all that stuff. We'll close this guy for now. Woo. This is 6 Burb. So I finally set up a i3 config so I can name my workspaces so it's easier for me to find stuff. It's silly, but it actually works quite well. All right, so what do you think? Translated string or localized string? I'm leaning closer towards localized string just because I think that makes more sense. What's going on with my shoulders all messed up? I was trying to take my nap. I was laying on my side and it was just getting worse. Then I laid on my back and it got better. Wow. I could ignore it. Alright, string object. Let's just do localized string. Verb localized string.h. Did I spell that right? I think I did. Localiz. Okay. Verb string object becomes localized string. I guess we can set the ID after the fact. We don't really care. Like, it's silly, but... Well, let's skip that for now. Yeah. So, one of the things... I was discussing this with a coworker earlier. That, like, a lot of times when you're building APIs and stuff, you'll put in stuff that you think you'll need in the future, but you don't necessarily need it. And it got me thinking about some of the stuff we've done in Pidgin and stuff like that. And it's just like, we probably could have skipped XYZ, right? Contains an ID, an identifier, and a translated label. Created to be used for we'll just say ng list model. Which version of Burb are we on? Mason.build. We are on 0.4.1, so this is going to be 0.5. Which means we have to... I don't have anything else here. Nope. Alright. I gotta get that damn expect stream finished. I feel like you can't deprecate it because you'll break something or cause disagreements from users. Yeah, exactly, right? So, like, just by, like, skipping stuff, because, like, just by not implementing things that you think you'll need, just waiting until you actually need them, you could actually save yourself a lot of trouble, right? And that's why, like, I'm not going to put this stuff in here. I'm not going to put the setters in here, right? It's going to be construct only. You can only set them at construction time. When a good use case comes up for them, sure, then we'll look at it, right? Like, I'm not against adding it, but I'm not going to add it automatically and then have problems with it later, right? That's something like historically I think we've gotten ourselves into trouble with. Just like, oh yeah, that API kind of sucks, but there's not much we can do about it, right? And it's just, you know, it sucks. It's dumb. So, why did we do this? I guess this is fine. It just seems silly. Just do string objects have the same ID. The same ID. GTZ, we are working on Pidgin Instant Messenger. Maybe you've heard of it, maybe you've used it, maybe you used to use it, maybe you know it by its old name in game. But that's what we're working on. Right now, we are adding a utility class to one of our support libraries. All right, so that's fine. Yeah, stir 1, stir 2, that's fine. Get string, that's fine, that can stay there. This is 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. You're new at it? Yeah, that's fine, no worries. Get string. Instead of calling this string, let's call it label. Oh no, it's a localized string. It's not localized label, it's localized string. It's the localized string, the localized string. Yeah, thanks. We've been working on this project for a very, very, very long time, so it's okay. It's cool. ID, the identifier, sir, transfer none. Oh, I guess that can be nullable. I don't know why you would want to, but there's no reason why it can't be. Like, it seems weird, but sure. The localized string. Fuck. Deal with that in a minute. Thanks. You can start thinking about projects you might release in the future, which might accumulate users. You choose FOSS because the thought of supporting something people pay for amplifies the stress. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, there is a different issue, though, with open source, where the users tend to be... So, number one, in proprietary software, you don't necessarily have to, you know, make yourself available to users. I mean, you don't have to in open source either, but they will find a way. Whether it's your issue tracker or what, they will find a way. And some of them are very strongly opinionated. A few days ago, you learned that GTK framework has removed the API for remembering window positions. Yes, that's true. How will Pidgin 3 get around this problem? We won't. You're going to use platform-specific APIs to set window positions where you have to expect that the window will open in more or less random positions every time. So there won't be a way to do it on Unix-like machines. Unless a Wayland... So, like, the reason it got removed is because of Wayland. Now, everyone's going to hate on Wayland, whatever. The thing is, there's no API for the compositor to expose where your window is. It doesn't exist, right? So, like, GTK could have just, like, stubbed it out and been like 0, 0, lol, right? But instead they just decided to get rid of it because it didn't make sense to keep it at this point, right? It's all up to the compositor to decide what to do. Now, for Windows and Mac, sure, there's a way to do that. Do we want to do that? I don't know, maybe, right? But like this has always been a problem that's been better solved by your compositor or your window manager or whatever. Now, obviously, you don't have those on Windows and Mac, and that's part of the problem. And maybe we'll write a plugin or something that makes it work on those, right? But like in i3 here, I can tell it to say when it sees this application, put it on this workspace, and I'm done, right? And like the window manager takes care of it for me. But for Windows and Mac, they don't have that. So, you know, it's an option. But like right now, that's one of the things we just don't care about because we have so many other bigger, lower level problems to deal with of things that just need to be implemented to get stuff working. Especially with newer chat protocols and stuff like that. So that's our bigger concern at the moment. I use all the things. So for my main development stuff, I run Linux everywhere, but like I have 2 Macs here, right? Reaper 07 and M4 or Mini M4. Those are 2 Macs. I have 2 Windows machines here, right? Because I need to develop and test on those things too. Then we also have a Haiku test machine, React OS test machine. This is FreeBSD. This is OpenBSD. But yeah, like I test on everything. And how much RAM is good for programming depends on what you're trying to do, right? Like if you're just like building web stuff, I don't know, maybe 16 gigs. Whereas what I'm doing, I am currently sitting at 64 gigs of memory. I'm currently using 42 gigs of that on this machine, right? But also most people also don't need 64 cores in their machine. So like the thing is like you can program on anything. That all that additional processors and memory are going to do for you is make things faster. That's the caveat. Like unless you're trying to compile like a web browser where its linking step needs 32 gigs of memory, you're fine, right? Think about it now, the Indian situation pretty much like X versus Wayland. And like I said, it's like character encoding and a whole lot of other problems. It's fine. It's like AIM versus ICQ versus MSN versus Yahoo versus Matrix versus XMPP versus Signal, right? People are going to use all of them. There's no one true solution to anything. Use both because X is better with NVIDIA and Wayland has its benefits, but at login I switch to whichever one I want, which is nice. Yeah, exactly, right? You use the one that you need, the right tool for the current job, right? There's no reason to get dogmatic and what's the right word? Like preachy about it. It's just like pick one that works and go, right? You hate that Apple requires you to buy their hardware to port software to their hardware? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is a Gen 2 Threadripper, but yeah. It's God, I've got some IO problem I need to figure out, but yeah. That's just a few cores, just a few. But so like I built this machine because I very frequently do clean builds of Pidgin. We're back under 1,000 targets, but we used to have 1,000 objects that had to get built as part of our build. So like on my old machine, which was so I built this machine in 2019, so it's 6 years old now. Actually, it's 6.5-ish. But the machine it replaced, I built in 2011, and it was a hexacore Phenom 2 AMD, whatever, right? And that used to take, at the time when I built this machine, it took about 1:30 or 2 minutes, I don't remember exactly, to build Pidgin 3. Now, if I don't build the docks, it takes me like 12 seconds, sometimes less, depending on Ccache and stuff. And yeah, so like over those 6.5 years I've had this machine, shaving a minute off of every build has definitely accumulated to hours, probably days at this point, which is insane. But yeah, AMD or Intel, pick the one you want, the one that makes sense for you. I personally have been AMD forever, because I think Intel has been overrated and full of shit on a lot of things. And that's kind of shown to be true now with them having fab problems and all sorts of other issues with CPUs degrading and all sorts of other shit, and they can't catch up to AMD, right? But, you know, like all things, pick the one that works for you. You don't need to be dogmatic about it. Like, be open to trying other things. Like, the big thing for me with Intel stuff was always the price. Always the price. And everyone always be like, well, Intel has faster floating point. Like, I don't ever use floating point. I don't give a shit about floating point. Like, do you know how much floating point is involved in compiling C code? Basically none. So, like, I don't care about floating point. It does nothing for me. AMD has great leadership, in your opinion? Nice. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a thing. It's a tool, right? Like, are you going to sit here and be like, my hammer is the most amazing hammer. It doesn't get any dents or anything, and I never hit my thumb. It has anti-thumb hitting protection. Or are you just going to be like, I don't know, it's a fucking hammer. I can use it to pound nails. Right? Like, just find a tool that works for you and go with it. If it doesn't work, find another one. This whole, like, tribal nonsense is just nonsense. I only use Intel. Great. What are you going to do when you're forced to use an ARM-based Mac for work? No Intel there. Guess I can't work here, right? That's stupid. Foot gun? No, I got a hammer. Yeah. Can't hit your thumb if you hold the nail with your toes. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Remember having to wait 5+ minutes for your code to compile back in the 1.5 gigahertz single core days? Yeah, yeah. So when I first started working on Pidgin, I had a Pentium 4, maybe 1.5 gigahertz. I don't even know. It was a Pentium 4, right? When I would start a build, I would launch Minesweeper. If it wasn't already launched, light a cigarette, and then depending on which one was done first, I would then go and check the build. And if it was not done, I'd just continue doing that. And then when the build was done, I would go back to the build and then be like, oh, okay, now I can test now. So, like, you know, it worked, but yeah. But yeah, like, that's how much longer builds used to take back in the day. And it's just, yeah, it is what it is. All right, I think that looks okay. That built fine. Yep. Burb. Nathan the build. I'm calling this localized string. I know. I didn't start the C file yet. It's fine. Oh, shoulder, man. Oh, actually, why don't we just do that real quick? No, I was going to check that for anything else. So string object.c action. Action. Oh, I should do it this way. Yeah, I think I saw this a while ago and I just didn't want to fix it yet because it was tiny. Actually, it might be on a shelf. Nope. Okay. Ugh. That's why you switch to compiled languages. Builds run faster and almost seem faster to build projects than interpreted. I mean, the execution should definitely be faster. I mean, you pay for that up front with the build, right? That's part of the whole build. I don't know. The big thing for me for interpreted versus compiled is like syntax errors get caught before runtime. Typoed variable names get caught before runtime, right? Like you can run a linter or something to try to detect that stuff. Or, I mean, you should be building unit tests and stuff, but like as you're doing the initial implementation and stuff, it's just nice to get that before you have to go build unit tests to find out that like you transpose 2 letters, right? You're just like, dude. You know, because that doesn't happen all the time. Just do it. Doc fix. Actually, there's probably other doc fixes. All right, we'll leave this for now. Lower MPC, you still think compiled is better experience? Yeah. I mean, that's the option you had, right? But like runtime, regardless, even on a super fast machine. Well, like it's always going to be faster to be compiled, unless you jit the hell out of everything. But yeah. Especially C development, used to see people wrote on C on, and they accomplish a lot. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, So I just mentioned Haiku OS before. I'm guessing most of you don't know what Haiku is. Haiku is an open source reimplementation or clone of BOS. But like this VM right now, running the entire operating system, is using 341 megs of memory. Like the whole thing. Right? You can play some Minesweeper too. Right? And like, nope, 357 megs of memory. Probably not. Oh, it is that one. Yeah, this is 64-bit. Version href. This is nightly now. 59032 Walter x8664. They have a 32-bit version as well. The weird thing about Haiku is it's single user. But yep. We can't compile Pidgin right now. So I recently found out that they have they finally, so Haiku uses its own custom GUI, right? It's not Xorg or X11. It's not Wayland. It's their own custom display engine. But I recently found out they have a GTK4 backend now. Like they recently did GTK3 finally, but then they also have GTK4. We can't compile Pidgin 3 for this yet because they don't have the newest version of glib, right? We need a newer version of glib than they have packaged. I think it's just update. Sure, that looks all right. Upgrade package, bin utils, web positive, Haiku devil, translators, blah blah blah. All right. I don't think multi-user is that important now that everyone in the dog is a pocket computer. Yeah, exactly, right. This isn't like it's so weird to think about that, right? Because like the last single-user operating system most people used, if they used it at all, was Windows Millennium Edition, right? But now it's just like, oh yeah, this is fine. We just have reboot. Oh, it's just shut down -R. And yeah, just like not many people share a computer anymore, right? Like even profiles in Chrome OS is kind of weird. Right? Okay, whatever that works. I'm looking for Haiku Depot. This should do all the same stuff I just did. Yeah. There's no like newer version. Right, so they are 2.78. Pidgin 3 requires 2.80. But the package man refresh and update I did should have pulled it in if there's a new version, and there's not. Which sucks. But once they get 2.80, we should be able to compile Pidgin 3 for this. We could possibly try to make it work now, but I don't want to spend the time on it. Figure out what's actually needed and what isn't. But, yeah. Powerful as phones are, and we as developers can't even use it to its max capabilities. I mean, I don't know it's necessarily the developer's fault. I would say that's more of the platform's fault. But, you know, tomato, right? Like it's a little from column A, a little from column B kind of stuff. And like it's not even like a matter of like a custom C library like Android has. Like, you know, iOS doesn't even let you do shit on their phones at all. That kind of stuff. So it's just, you know, you're kind of stuck where you are. You think you have your Windows Me legit CD somewhere around here? I have a Windows 98 update CD sitting on my bench downstairs. Android helps unlock functionality, but iPhone is super restrictive, which is sad because I have one. Well, like, Google's also trying to push a thing where, like, you can't sideload apps unless Google approved it, right? And that's shitty. It's just like, oh yeah, you're gonna protect us from the viruses, yeah, just like the Windows UAC stuff. That did a great job, So, just want to use it, but okay, gotcha. Yeah, it's just, you know, it is annoying. localized string G object parent car star ID car star sure. Prop 0 prop ID prop string and properties static G parent spec properties and properties. How's Linux on the phone? Does it work well with secure? I don't know. I haven't tried to run Linux on a phone in a long time. I have a Pine phone, but I haven't done shit with it in forever. I never set it up to use calls or anything. But there's a bunch of stuff out there. Mobian, I think that's the distribution that a lot of stuff uses. But yeah, like I said, I haven't used it for actually calls or text or anything. Return verb stir equal no. If stir 1 equals stir 2, return true. If stir 1 equals null and stir 2 is not equal to null, return false. If stir 1 is not equal to null and stir 2 equals null, return false. Then return verb stir equal stir 1 ID stir 2 ID. We have to make sure, you know, we don't want a null dereference, so we have to check the nulls. That's fine. Okay. Return verb is localized string null. No, we don't. Verb type localized string ID string stir. Alright, that's public API. Easy peasy. Alright, but we have to do all the G-object stuff. Woo! And we'll just do the helpers right away too. Static void, verb localized string, set ID, verb localized string, star, comma, const car star ID. Return val if, not return val. Return if fail is stir. If G set stir. Oh, my fingers are not doing the job today. Shit. I guess we'll make this one label. Yeah, let's make this a label. Here we named it string. We're just gonna change this to label because otherwise this is gonna be way too confusing. Wrong file. We did that. This needs to change to label. Header file. Get label. Also, we're using stir instead of string. Same C++ nonsense. Even though we're not C++. But we could be compiled with C++. So localized string. It's a new localized string. That all looks fine. Now all the boilerplate. G defines type. Verbal localized string. Verbal localized string. G type object. Yeah, we have nothing to do here. Object class, G, object class, class, get verb, localized string, get property, I forgot to be finalized. Okay, we'll do this. Localized string ID, the ID of the string. Construct only G param static strings. Localized string label the localized label to display. I'll type this again. Pidgin 3 implement the ability to display animated GIFs and other animated formats via GStreamer. It doesn't need to use GStreamer for it, but it will be. Yeah, I mean, you're just talking about pictures in the chat, right? Technically speaking, Pidgin 2 could, but it wasn't. it was a pain in the butt. It didn't handle stuff inline. It didn't do all that stuff, right? Pidgin 3 already Purple 3 already technically has support for it, but there's no way, none of the protocols implement it yet, and the UI doesn't implement it yet. But the rough idea is, so one of the big problems with Pidgin 2 and Purple 2 in general is all of the core API was designed around a world where messages weren't accessible after they were displayed, right? So you didn't have stuff like reactions, redactions, replies, threads, edits, deletions, right? You didn't have any of that, right? So one of the big things that's changed in Purple 3, which obviously for a chat client this is going to be huge, is messages, instead of just being a string, are now an object, right? So there's all sorts of properties and stuff tied to it. One of the things that's tied to it, specifically what you're curious about, let's go back, is we have this concept of attachments now. So a message has a list of attachments. There should be. Oh no, they have attachments by default. Yeah, I guess so. How does this work? Oh no, right. Okay, yeah. So attachments get you an attachments object. So what'll happen is, so purple attachments. This is just a list of attachment objects, and then an attachment can be whatever, right? It can be a file, it can be an image, whatever, and then it's up to the user interface to decide how to display it. So like if somebody shares like 4 photos at once, attachments can be used to display it that way. This gets a little weird for certain protocols like Matrix that has different message types. So Matrix doesn't actually use attachments. It has like you have a message that contains text and a message that contains an image, which is whatever. It's their design, whatever. Who cares? But so like you the way we'll represent that in Purple 3 is you'll have a message that has no contents. That's the text contents for it. And then it'll have an attachment, which is the image, and then it's up to the user interface to display it. But like animating, it's not necessarily a big deal, but it'll work. But like back in the day with Pidgin 2, actually specifically even game, AIM had this thing called Direct IM, and you could share images and stuff like that. And we supported that all the way back in the early 2000s. But the problem is we never really grew support to make things better and work better in modern protocols. And it just, is what it is. So, but everything's here. All that stuff's considered. The point of Pidgin 3 is to support any currently existing modern chat feature and to be able to easily add support for any new modern chat features. So this isn't just like we haven't spent 10 years dicking around, I think is the answer I'm going for. We have basically entirely rewritten just about everything to make it do all of this. And in doing so, we've shed a ton of code too. But to give you some design idea, some design goals of Pidgin 3. At some point, I want to be able to run these Twitch streams from Pidgin 3. That's one of my goals. So being able to use voice and video to stream to Twitch from Pidgin 3. Seeing all the emojis and emotes and everything in Twitch and all of that. that's a long-term goal, but that's something we're driving towards. Or at least I'm driving towards to be, yeah. Like, I don't know that anybody else wants to do that, but that's something I'm aiming for. String parent class. Trying to type too fast tonight, apparently. that's what I wanted. Oh my god, fingers work, please. Oh, I don't know why you gave me that one. Set ID. G value gets string. I haven't typed get string yet. I'm like, why isn't this working? So I don't use like IntelliSense or language server processor or anything. Sublime Text by default, if you've typed something once, it'll add it to the fuzzy search list. And that's the way I prefer to do all this stuff. And it's annoying when I'm in a new file because I obviously don't have everything I need yet. All right, we're done. We have to test compile and then build unit test, but I think we're done. All right, we already did that. All right, where are my typos? Too many arguments to function. Oh, yep. Oh, the wrong one. Set label. Implicit deck. Oh, it still says set string, doesn't it? Yep. Conflicting types for class. Oh, yep. I missed the star somehow. Alright, let's build some unit tests. Test string object, sure. Mess that up. Yeah, we're just gonna do test new and make sure that's no, we'll leave this two separate ones. Oh. Okay. Alright, hold on. Maybe the test actually makes sense here. For localized string. New. Funny, everybody got so quiet. Fine. No ID. So the point of this test is to make sure that the new function returns the right type, right? The property testing stuff, we do this all separately, and that's fine. Rename this to stir. We need car star ID and car star label. Okay, yeah, we don't need counter. That's right. There's something we started to do, and we should have done more of it. It's okay. We can't. The notified property won't get called, so it's fine. Stir verb type. ID. Test ID. Label. Tests. Get label. I'll do ID first. ID. Label. Register ID. Test ID. Probably don't need that. GAssert not reached. As I say all the time, and I'm going to say it again, we want to make sure we make it to the end of our unit test. We want to be positive that we make it to the end of the unit test. So we're going to force the test to fail. And that'll tell us we made it to the end. Obviously, we're not to that test yet, but that's okay. No ID, comma, no. Estimate, after almost 20 years using game Pidgin, you find it difficult to like this one window app concept. Pidgin has its own place on your desktop and it's always visible. Afraid that won't be possible with Pidgin 3, especially since you can no longer set the window position. And we're looking forward to the final version of Pidgin 3 until I'm sick. Yeah, I mean, Pidgin 3 is not ready for users. But you might be interested in this. So Pidgin, the problem with Pidgin 2 is distributions are going to drop GTK 2 support. But we have gotten clearance, more or less, to use the game name again. So we are slowly reproducing the Pidgin 2 user interface in GTK 4, and it will be released as Game 3. But the window position stuff's still going to be a problem. But we don't have it. All we have implemented right now is literally this. But the intent is you'll have separate windows and stuff. It'll look just like Pidgin 2. But it'll be GTK 4. But the also, we're not necessarily sticking to one window in Pidgin 3. But everything is in one window. But you'll be able to split it out to others. But like, it's not going to do the stuff where like Pidgin 2 like makes a single conversation in a window by itself look like it's just a single conversation. And it's not obvious that you can add additional conversations to it and stuff like that. But yeah. So either way, there's a lot of work to do yet, right? We're still in experimental releases. We're not even to an alpha yet. So, you know, it is what it is. Yep, that's fine. No label. Oh, yes, we don't care. Right, we can just make this null. Like, we don't care what the label is. This doesn't get checked. Null, no, stir one, no. Yep. That's the false cases. Stir one, stir two. Stir two, stir one, stir one, stir three, stir three, stir one. True case works, stir two, stir three. Yeah, alright, cool. That should do this. Oh, except we didn't do the thing I always harp about. GAssert not reached. Right, so the intent is we're going to make sure that every single one of these fails at the last part, and then go from there. After we compile. Oh yeah, we don't have object anymore. 35. Stir. I probably have more of those. Stir, stir, stir. Okay. Guess not. Or I do. What the fuck? 55. Yep, look at that. Okay, right. So code should not be reached on line 39. Last one in the new. Good. Code should not be reached on 87. No. Oh shit! I didn't fix that. Okay, yep. Hold on. Didn't fix this one. It's the label? Sure. The label. String object contains identifier and a translated label. Okay, that's fine. I like Fedora's distribution. I don't know. I've got nothing against it. Again, like, find a tool that you like and use it, right? I've been using Debian, like, my first experience with Linux was Red Hat 5, whenever the hell that was. And I'm not talking Red Hat Enterprise Linux 5. I'm talking Red Hat 5. Red Hat Linux releases. After that, like, I didn't do much with it. I wasn't sure what was going on. Like, I was still learning stuff. This is the 90s, man. Then I did Mandrake 7.2 in virtual PC for a little while. But then, like, the first Linux I ran on hardware was Debian Potato, which is Debian 2 or 3. But, like, like all things, right? Just, like, find one that works and go from there. So Red Hat 5 was released December 1st, 1997. Might have been 5.1. I don't know exactly, right? It was Red Hat 5 something. Up until, so 5.9 was March 17th of 1999, right? It wasn't Red Hat 6, right? And again, there's a difference between Red Hat and Red Hat Enterprise Linux. I grew up with computers in the house. Your dad was a mainframe programmer. No, not particularly. My history goes back to when I was 6 years old. I played Super Mario Brothers and went, I want to make video games. But I didn't have a computer, didn't know what I was doing, anything like that, blah, blah, blah. What ended up happening, though, eventually was, so my mom was a teacher for the local public schools. And during the summer, she was able to take her classroom computer home. And the idea was that teachers could learn the software and stuff like that. And then, you know, that would help them to, like, have students learn it and stuff like that. What ended up happening was I played games on it all summer and then learned how to program. Because my mom had, like, an old basic programming book from college, and I just started learning that and going from there with the idea that at some point I'm going to make video games. That all started when I was 12. But so we only had a computer during the summer. At some point, I got a hand-me-down laptop from somebody that was a 386SX 23 megahertz with 8 megs of memory. And I cut my teeth on QBasic on that. A lot of QBasic on that. I eventually got a 486 25 megahertz laptop that had a color screen. The 386 had a monochrome screen. But so back in those days, I spent a lot of my time. So I ended up in a programming class in high school, and I turned my programming teacher into a Tamagotchi or Gigapet, which you can see right here. This is all that code. This is what I have. It was at one point like twice as big, but this is where I learned to optimize code because I was trying to compile this with QuickBasic, and QuickBasic had a requirement that your source code could not be more than 64 kilobytes, or could not compile it into an executable. So at one point it was like 112 to 128 kilobytes, and then I had to cut a bunch of stuff and, you know, basically apply the dry principle and figure out what that was as I was a teenager, without programming books and with a much different internet in the 90s. But yeah, then anyways, my first actual, like, computer is something I cobbled together in high school from parts, extra parts and stuff people had. And then, like, the first machine I built from new parts was probably in the year 2000 or 2001. But yeah, it's always been a thing for me, and I found a way to make it go. Now, there's no information about Game 3 because today's the first day I'm talking about it publicly. Yes, there was a problem with the AOL trademark, and as I mentioned, we've gotten clearance more or less from our lawyers to use the name again because AOL is no more, and they let their trademark lapse. So, USPTO or PTO aim or trademark lookup. Did the openness of Linux attract you in the concept of open source? Eventually, yeah. The bigger thing was like, at one point I was trying to set up a web server and email and stuff on a Pentium 166 in the early 2000s. And like, I was trying to do it with like Windows stuff because I knew Windows. This is like 2000 or 2001. I don't remember exactly. And like, just, yeah, good luck without knowing, without books and like school and stuff on how to do that stuff. And yeah. So anyways, I eventually moved, like I knew about Linux at the time in the 90s because like our whole school stuff was using Linux. That was our main server, stuff like that. It wasn't using Windows stuff. What the hell is this? But like, so I was aware of it. I knew it was there. That's how I was starting with Red Hat and stuff like that, right? So Oath Inc. This is the company that now owns the AIM trademark stuff. You can see that these are the status of their trademarks are dead and canceled. But yeah, so like I eventually moved to Linux and stuff because it was like, oh, I set up Apache and Exim and like I was running my own email and my own web servers and stuff, and it was amazing. So yeah. And then, you know, the more I learned about open source and sharing and stuff, I was like, yes, this is awesome. And that's what brought me in. So to speak. All right. We were doing the unit test stuff over on 6. Oh, okay, yeah. Doc check failed because of that typo. Or not typo, but I didn't go back and fix it. All right, 66 code should not be reached. Wrong file. Wrong file again. Wrong file again. Okay, we're at the bottom. There's no other warnings or errors. It's just code could not be reached. That's precisely what we want to see. Again, code should not be reached. 121. There's no other errors. So go to 121, delete this, and then the test should pass. Oh, except it didn't. Oh. It went in some weird order? Alright, whatever. Again, that was the last one there. That's fine. I messed it all up. No ID. I guess we had equals in a weird spot. Whatever. 77. The only one there. Okay, delete it. Now the test passed. Woohoo! Oh, I'm supposed to do this. Localize string. Okay, right. Now I'll run this through valgrind. Wrapper equals valgrind. Wrapper. Oh, I should mention. All right, so we lost no bytes. There is a very, 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 very minor post about game right here. Now, we're not talking about any of the legal stuff yet, because, I mean, it's fine. If it comes up, we'll talk about it, but it's you know, we wouldn't have used a name that we were gonna get sued for instantly, right? Not after the past stuff. So, all right, back to 6. Fuck, it's already 2. That's what happens when I start at 10. Actually, no, I started at like 11:30. What am I talking about? should really alias that because I do it all the time. Bump that version, new file. Set label. The problem is this means we have to bump the burb in Pidgin 3 for this, but that's not a huge deal. It's okay. Oh, we need to run turtles too. Turtles is a build target we set up that runs everything that we're expecting to pass and run. So rather than us having to depend on remembering to run it, we just run turtles across all our projects, and it does whatever the hell it needs to do for all the projects. Right, so we set that up once, and then make it part of our build routine, and then we're good to go. All right, issue branch, localized string. Great, burb dot localized string. A simple G object that contains an ID, an identifier, and a localized string. Snap. All right, 4148. And I didn't actually run turtles. Test under veil grind and cold in the turtles. Just reviewed all this, but this looks fine. I usually miss something in here. I think it's that. All right, publish. Oh, the turtle's finished. I didn't check that. Yeah. Where's my Valgrind? There it is. Almost one more time. All right, cool. All right, we'll be right back. I gotta get water and I gotta pee, so I will be back in a minute. How's it going, Ivanhoe? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Alright, so there we got localized string. Why am I getting prompted for this again? Okay, cool. Oh, where's that? Yep, okay. Yep, cool. Alright. Alright, so this means we can't go forward here yet, but that's okay. We gotta wait on this, but that's okay. So we're just gonna stash what we have. Issue branch, account, settings, string list. Initial work on purple dot account setting string list, but we need verb 0.5. Okay. Yep, I forgot I put that alias in there. All right, back over here. We're gonna fix that doc comment real quick, and we're gonna try to scan the docs for any other stupid doc comments. Or we can also do the ignore on the wrap block. Let's just go through the docs quick. Yeah, without saving. Come on. Yep. Do we have any other tickets open for Burb? I don't know that we did. Filter list model. Start list model changes. I'm probably going to close these up to follow the GNOME guideline tasks because we're not going to go through and do all of them at once. Like maybe somebody will at some point, but yeah. They've just become nebulous tasks. But yeah. You're struggling switching another domain over to another provider? Oh no. Did you unlock the domain? Does their transfer interface suck? The auth code the old provider gives you is not accepted by the new one? Uh-oh. They say why? Oh, right. We're going to scan the docs, which is easier said than done. I'm trying to think. I had something with that, but one time, but like it took a long time for them to like do it. Oh, we're in version. Yeah, we're just, yeah. Yeah, so we missed a copy paste error in here. There in that file we were just looking at. So now the idea is just to kind of go through, see if we have anything else that jumps out at us. So we can do more than just the one error, right? Okay, no, we need to update this one. That's okay. So this one's not going to have an air domain, right? Or it's not going to be set up right. And we should knock that out as part of this release too. So we're not going to have air domains. Yep, no air domains. Okay. Issues, new issue, and verb. Fix the verb. Oh, that's what happened. Fix the verb queue or output stream error domain. The errors for verb.queued output stream aren't set up with proper error domain and needs to be fixed. Well, we'll just assign that to me right away. Create. It's not accepted by the registrar. The weird thing is the auth code starts with a pipe symbol. Now trying to get without the pipe? Yeah, that is weird. And that could go either way, right? Like, whose fault is it? Well, I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, we're behind on this. Release date, May 16th, released, save. Did we do a 0.3.1? We did. Oh, that's... Typing so hard. Oh, well, that should be in the release date. Oh, the start date. All right. Oh, yeah, we have to fix it. Why? Let me drag you. It's highlighting like it's going to let me drag it, and then it doesn't? Weird. I blame Firefox. Is it you think it's Privacy Badger? Probably Privacy Badger. Always Privacy Badger. Looks like it's Privacy Badger. Thanks, Privacy Badger. That's not what I wanted, but okay. Oh. All this, so I can go back and do this. I'm doing all right. So I missed Thursday's stream just because I was hanging out with my roommate and just decided not to stream. And like, it's been a while since I took a day off, so I took a day off. Friday, I had to drop all my plans and take one of the kittens to the emergency vet because he was walking around with his tail between his legs, which either means he's super constipated or he has a urinary tract blockage. And a UTB is basically fatal in 24 hours, so he went to the vet. Before I actually took him to the ER vet, he actually pooped and then was fine. But still err on the side of caution, blah, blah, blah. All the stuff I was going to do Friday, I ended up doing Saturday before the board meeting. The board meeting, we got off the call at like 2 in the morning. We started at 6 o'clock, well, 5:30 my time, and got off the call at 2 in the morning. Long call. the actual board meeting, I got to go through and do all that stuff yet. You know, just the I Am Freedom board is all former Pidgin developers and ADM developers, and we only talk once a year, really, because you know we're adults and we're busy. So the one day we get together, we just BS forever. And then Sunday, did all my other errands, whatever stuff. And then today I woke up today on my work calendar, I was supposed to have a meeting at 9 a.m. So I woke up at 8 something in the morning and waited half an hour and nobody showed up because apparently it is a holiday in Pordenone, Italy today. So that didn't happen. So then I tried to nap again before I went to work. Then I went to work. Then I got home, did house errands, made dinner, ate, napped, woke up after 10, and now I'm here. So yeah, it's been a whirlwind of a couple days. So yeah, but I was like, I should stream because it's been a week, and I should stream. So And really, as we're getting closer to this release date, we need to get this stuff done. So, you know, is what it is. Just gotta keep moving, keep on keeping on. But it is what it is. So, all right. Air enum. Oh fuck. All right, yeah, that's all fucked up. All right. Most of this should be pretty much okay. This is copied from Pidgin. Well, specifically Lip Purple, but I don't think it has a lot of weird typos or anything. So we're just gonna do one commit to kind of like miscellaneous cleanups. Because all like we don't need separate commits for the fix the date in the change log, add the other thing, and that's okay, yeah, it's old. Oh, I forgot about that. Did we do anything with that? No, it's not old. Somebody added and then deleted a thing for Nest. Oh no, okay, they added it back. Protocol introduces chatting with Mistral, company behind late chat models through API access. Alright, well. Somebody will need to look at this. Have you ever thought about offering the option to design your own t-shirts, hoodies in the shop? What do you mean? Like, the merch shop is there. It lets you pick colors and stuff. I don't know if there's any iconic Pidgin code snippets. I mean, there's a bunch of really bad code we've deleted. But, like... Oh, okay, maybe can't... Oh, no, yeah. See, this has... Oh, there's only a handful of colors. I don't know why it's separate. There's a whole bunch of stuff we need to look at with Spreadshirt. Because, like, with Spreadshirt right now, there's no... We can't ship to Europe. Somebody just brought that up last week, and we need to look into that. Apparently, we have to open a European shop to make that happen, right? There's a whole bunch of stuff. Somebody else is looking at it right now. But, yeah. I don't know if the dragon counts as code, because it's a comment. Right? But maybe. But like any like quote unquote iconic code would be like I guess we could do a has you t-shirt. That's a pretty funny inside joke. But like otherwise like there's nothing like it's all like there's nothing magical here, right? It's just we've abstracted a bunch of stuff and it works because of that. But like it's not like, you know, DVD DCSS, right? Where it's like you can fit it on a t-shirt. And that was, you know, something that was iconic, right? Like maybe if we had like a really bad CVE or something, you could put that on the t-shirt, right? But like as far as more, we don't have any that are anything that I would classify like that anyways. But yeah, it just, you know, your bread and butter is not C. You've programmed C# for so long, you're rusty. Are there any ways you need help contributing to the project that you document? So, did I do a command for this? Yeah. Funny that you should ask. There's all sorts of ways. They're listed there, and there's some other things that are listed and stuff like that. Okay, that looks okay. But I mean, the thing too is like I was saying earlier. I don't know if you were still here for that or not. No, rough check. But like, while Pidgin is C, we heavily use stuff from Clip. And that means like that means people need to know glib, how it works, and including G-object. So like if you like know C and you're really good at it, cool. But if you don't know G-object, there's still quite a barrier to entry, right? And that's something people don't tend to think of, right? It's just in general, right? It's like, oh, I'm gonna go contribute to this project. Then you're like, oh wait, they use this framework or library I don't know anything about. And then, you know, you've got to figure that out and go from there. And it's just, it is what it is. But, you know, either way, there's options. And, you know, if you want to learn the stuff, cool. A lot of the times, if you're just adding a feature or something, you don't necessarily need to do all of it. And, you know, as you go through the code review process and all that, that'll be a thing too. But then we have the other barrier of entry that we don't use Git. And I don't care that people are fully dependent on Git. I don't want to use it. So I do have something in the works that that should make stuff easier, but I need to figure out some more stuff and work on it some more. That's what the RB Tools tab is here for. So for whatever reason, a lot of people don't seem to know that there's this thing called Git Cinnabar or Git Remote HG. Git Cinnabar is a fork of Git Remote HG that lets you use Git on a Mercurial repository. Likewise, there's a tool called HGGit that lets you use HG on a Git repository. So the problem is you can't use Git Cinnabar or Git Remote HG on our well, you can use it on our repo, that's fine. The problem is it doesn't work with review board tools. So I'm trying to go through review board tools to make it so it'll work with a Git Cinnabar checkout or clone. And then people can leave me the fuck alone about, oh, well, I'm not going to contribute because you don't use Git. It's like, all right, well, if you're not going to figure out Mercurial, you're not going to figure out G-object either. So, like, please stop wasting my time with your childish antics. Like, yeah, like I'm gonna change my version control system so I can get a mythical contributor. That's silly. Let me redo all the infrastructure and everything because somebody is dumb. Just Ivanhoe, are you still there? How did I mess this up? Sub projects. Oh, there's no dash. So do you think I should do these changes as one pull request or multiple? Ignore the wrap lock, fix the date in the change log, fix the doc comment. One is fine. Okay, that's what I was leaning towards too, but it's just like random fixes. Random fixes. Fix the date on the 0.3 release, 0.3.0 release, and the change log. All right, I think that was it. Yeah. Fix a or ignore the sub projects dot wrap lock file. Fix a dot comment in string object. All right. Fruit fly or something flying around here. Come on. 41.49. Oop. Why do I keep getting timed out by Anubis here? This is getting dumb. Called in the turtles. Okie doke. What else did we have in Burb that we're probably not going to do today? I need to open this in a new tab. I'm not going to remember this without this. Duplicate tab. There we go. Oh, we wanted to fix the air domain. That's right. Okay. I was like, there was something else. What was it? All right. Queued output stream dot h. While we're here, queued output stream. We don't typically do the copyright, like update all the copyrights unless we're in the files. So, we'll come back to that part. That's not too hard. I gotta remember how to do this because it's silly. It's easy. I just don't remember how to do it because I haven't done it a billion times yet. Connection.h. Did we make this an air domain? No. What the fuck is this? I guess we can just go look. So the thing that we're trying to get to is, you see how we have air domains here? This is what we need. Okay, so protocol directory air, sure. You can look at that one. Protocol directory .h. Right, okay, so we come over here. This becomes burb queued output stream. I already forgot the damn name. Air Quark. Director stream queue or air Quark. Okay. This is not an enum. I mean, technically it's an enum, but we don't put the name in there. This just becomes error. Right. The enum should be fine. That's fine. But then we need this guy. Okay, so here, like to show you too. File homegrim pverb build burb reference index.html. What? Not sure. I must have typoed something. All right, so we don't have the air domains here. That's okay. That's what we're doing. All right. Oh, crap. Queued output stream air Quark air domain errors with queued output streams. All right, so we're gonna save the shelf. GLG SG up localized string G unshelf. Okay. We need to be on this so that we have the version macros for 05. Yep. Oh, I spelled queued wrong. 35. Okay, yep. And then we link fail because we didn't do that part yet. That's fine. We gotta come over here. Protocol directory.c. And we just need this guy. 6. Verb queued output stream air. Verb queued output stream air. Okay, that looks fine. And then if we jump back over here. that problem. We'll address that right away too. If you're going, how do you already know what the problem is? I've run into this problem a number of times, so it is the first thing I check now. So we used to do this enum header thing. Oh, but that should have worked. But anyway, so we get rid of this. Instead of that, we just change this to headers. All right, we just take our normal headers and go from there. There's no reason, like, oh no, it takes an extra second to do the thing. Who cares? But it looks like something's missing too, because that should have worked. Wait. Oh, okay. Yep, that's a problem. Oh, this is going to be dumb. This is real dumb. No, wait, what? Yep. This is named wrong. How do we deprecate enum values? And does this work? Verb deprecated. I don't know if it does. So this should be this. Because a verb queued output stream error, that needs to be there. So we need to deprecate this guy. This is the proper one. The problem is, oh no, so stupid. That'll work. It's dumb, but it'll work. So the value names are fine. The problem is the enum name. So we're gonna type def enum verb queued output stream error to verb output stream error enum, and that should keep everyone working. But how do I actually deprecate enum? Do we have a does that work? No, we don't have to do that because this is the version. No. Yeah, we have to do that, right? I think we have to do that. Fuck. We haven't done this in so long. Verb unavailable enumerator. What does this do? Oh, it's broken apparently. Because it's not in all the other stuff. Where's the default stuff? Right. We might have used this in Seagull. Nope. Ibis? Okay, so it's just supposed to be G unavailable enumerator goes to that. And okay, so okay. And then deprecated numerator is just G deprecated for yeah, so we should just be able to do that. I don't know why this didn't work though. Oh, right. We don't have to do we need oh shit. What did I miss here? Probably in the .h file. The deprecations, you don't specify a version. Because just like it just when it's deprecated, right? The version stuff is used for like when you define the minimum required version for your symbol, and then the compiler magic preproc stuff will warn you that you're calling a symbol that's not available to you. It's weird and confusing. I know. I wish they did it better, but it is what it is, unfortunately. It's one of those. Oh, thanks, guys. What the fuck? Why does this cookie keep expiring so quickly? Damn it. See, I looked at this and I was like, I always miss something in here. And I purposely tried to find it and I totally missed it. Ugh. God damn it. And I was looking at this one and I totally overlooked this one. It's Canary to prove you read through the changes. No, it's called I just prematurely optimize my reading of it and copy pasting of it and just mess it up all the damn time. All right. You did not fix it, ship it. That's fine. Okay. So how do I let's oh, right. Shit. We don't even need this. Will Game 3 and Pidgin 3 have the same code base? No, they're separate repos. That's mentioned in that Discord post. Discourse post. Yeah, so they're going to work in the same sense that Pidgin and Finch 2 both worked, except they're in separate code bases. Game 3 is a complete, just new rewrite in GTK 4. Pidgin 3 is essentially a new rewrite in GTK 4, just we did it incrementally and it's in the code base. At some point, we're going to split libpurple out of the Pidgin repository, but right now it's still there. But mono repos suck. I don't know why people like them. We've been doing it for 25 plus years. It sucks. Don't do it. You have a double colon in there as well, but you're probably getting complaints. You didn't mention. Where is it? Double colon where? Oh, yeah. Look at that. Ivanhoe didn't catch that one either. Yep, and that's one of those things, you know, it slips by, it happens. But anyways, how's it going, Dan? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. When your finger was having problems keeping up? Yeah, yeah. That's the story. Always blame the hands, not the operator. For fuck's sake, man. Double typo. Semicolon. Semicolon? Whatever. Who cares? This doesn't go into version control. This text. It'll be in this database, so I don't give a shit. Alright. Just making sure I'm not a bot? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, I know people hate on Anubis for whatever reason, but, like, our shit's still usable. It's annoying that we get the thing. Why I keep getting the thing right now, I don't know why. But, like, when the AI bots were hitting us full heart, or, like, completely, we couldn't use the site. The site wasn't usable. They were like, well, it's affecting the user. Like, bitch, the fucking AI scrapers took the entire sites down. Well, you should block it with firewalls. Good luck. What are you going to do? Block 0.0.0.0/0? Yeah, have fun. There. Now you block the AI scrapers. I'm in the wrong directory. What is this? Oh, okay. Well, we got rid of the shelf then, because they already existed. Sweet. I meant to come over here and do unshelf. There we go. Better usable and a bit inconvenient than not usable? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's something. I had so many people debating me about the Anubis thing. They were like, well, you should really try doing firewall rules. Like, bitch, I've been doing this for 6 months. Like, it doesn't work. Like, well, I would use firewall rules. Great, knock yourself out when you actually have the problem. But clearly you're not actually fighting it because you would know that it doesn't work. And then they still try to fight with me about it. I'm just like, all right, well, like, when you actually have to deal with this, then let me hear what your opinion is. But since you haven't dealt with it, I don't care what you have to say. Especially when I say what you said doesn't work. Well, you should. Like, yeah. Can we do this? No, that doesn't work, right? How do I deprecate a type def? So the deprecated enumerator thing, we should probably still do, but we don't need it right now. But it's the same deal as the available enumerator. That's how you get rid of the field. But oh, right. No, that's down here. Right, we still have to add this in. And I guess we can add this in here. I'm not it's not a big deal, but we should put it here because it does. Well, we do this as another pull request too. That's fine. I don't. Oh, can we do? Is there a deprecate type? Yes. Okay. So GTK version. Yeah. Oh, Ivanhoe, more to your point before, you were asking about the version number. We can put the like whole things in here. But like we don't do a deprecated in blah 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 version. Like we can do that, but we just haven't, right? So they do deprecated type in 4.16. Like that's possible, but we haven't done those. Yeah. Oh, also we will do this as another pull request. All right, we're gonna have to stack things weird, but it's okay. What does this do? Oh, just G deprecated. I tried that. How the fuck do I deprecate an enum? Oh, they put it after the type. Okay. So verb deprecated for verb queued output stream error. Or no. So they have deprecated type. Which is just supposed to be G deprecated for. I don't need enum. Okay, that's been one of the yeah, okay. I don't know, for some reason that wasn't making sense, but yeah, this still visibility. Oh, let's just. Okay, so this is our fault, quote unquote. But what is the difference between the deprecated type? No, they just do G deprecated for and G deprecated. Oh, right. Okay, so we want to add type because then we wouldn't put the extern on it because types aren't externs, right? So we want to say verb deprecated type. Just get rid of that. Type 4. Get rid of that. And then this becomes G deprecated 4 F or okay. Right. Okay. So then this can become verb deprecated 4. Jesus. I clearly need to go to bed. Oh, deprecated type. I was like, I thought I just fixed this. So that fixes that. There's a caveat we need to do here. It's only 5:40. Yeah, dude, that was me all day. I only slept like 4 hours. So like at work, I'm just like, caffeine. I got home and it's like, okay, time now I can actually nap. Oh, we still don't have the thing. All right, so one of the other problems we have to look for is in the function macros. Check versions are okay. Maybe we ignored all those already? But I'm still not seeing the air type here, which is weird. Or the air domain. Okay, yeah. This is the other things I'm expecting to see. So this is complaining about unavailable enumerator. And this is why I want to do this as a separate pull request, because there's extra shit here. Deprecated type 4. Alright, so we're just telling it to ignore those. And then everybody's happy. We still don't have the air domain. What the fuck, man? What am I missing here? Why are we still seeing this guy? We're not seeing the new one. Did I not unshelf? Oh, this is all here. So we were talking about that earlier. I don't know. Assume LGPL2 right now. I don't know if we want to change it or assume whatever Pidgin is under, which Pidgin I think is technically LGPL2, although I think we call it GPL2. But that's why there's no license headers, because it's effectively a rewrite, but it'll be GPL something. But if you have thoughts on it, please let me know. If you can copy stuff. What are you going to copy out of it? Are you going to make another GTK UI? Because all it is GTK UI code. I'm really confused why the other enum didn't show up here. Like that's clearly the problem. Okay, that looks right. Yeah, it doesn't say air enum anymore. It doesn't say burb output stream air enum. It says burb queue to output stream air. So, oh god damn it. Do you know how often I do this to myself? I'm on the official docs. I'm not on the local built ones. All the fucking time. There's the air domain. Yay. This is not available since 0.1 though. That needs to be fixed. Not sure if the Mason files falls under license or not, but I remember I struggled with putting purple through. Oh yeah, go ahead and copy that. Who cares? Yeah, the dependency thing's a little weird, but it works. It'll get better when we split the repos, but right. I mean, so yeah. So purple dependency, blah blah blah. Turn off Unity integration. Turn. Yeah. You want to copy this? I don't give a shit. You have my permission to copy that. And sub projects purple 3.wrap. Obviously you'll want to change this to whatever. I forget. No, this is just the version I picked at the time because we hadn't released yet, or we had a release coming, but we hadn't released yet. So as I started messing with it, that was the thing. So like this isn't even the newest purple code either. So whatever. But once we split out lit purple, it'll make stuff easier. But yeah, by all means, copy that the 4 lines of Mason. Who cares? When it comes to build system stuff, like I know people can be licensed pedants and stuff, but like when it comes to build system shit, who cares? Right? Oh no. Ooh. Oh, okay. This says that because I didn't fix that. Okay, yep. So this is gonna get weird. Okay, what we should do is this should say verb available enumerator in 0.1. This should be here. Dang it. Right? Yeah, because these were available in 0.1. So was this, but that was wrong. The real name should be here. And what a nightmare. Oh, wait, I just realized something. That there's got to be. Oh no, okay. I was like, we had to turn off Pidgin, and that. So, have you actually started a quail against Purple 3? It sounds like you have. And that's cool. I just wasn't sure. Oh fuck! It's this problem. God damn it. And it's gone. How did we do this before? You tried at one point but gave up? Gotcha. Yeah. It happens. Where do we do this? I don't know if QLogic remembers. I remember the review request, but I don't remember. Originally, I did these as separate symbols. And then he said we should do it inline somehow. And I don't remember how that worked. Maybe this will work? Come on. I wonder if Anubis is crashing. Anubis might be crashing. That's what the problem is. Nope. These are, Oh, right. This is going to be in a comment. All right, well. Let's see if we can find it this way. Actually, this might have been in Seagull or something. Q-Logic, do you remember what the there was something where I added an enum and you were like, hey, we should like I did the dot comments weird because this since applies to all that. 4020, awesome. I don't know how you remember that, but thank you. Like I remember it happening. Okay, what's Seagull bind object? Okay, cool. Like what the hell did we do here to make this work? Oh, that's what we did. Okay. Yeah. So before this, right? So all this stuff here. Yeah. Okay. 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 Cool. 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 I'm just like I have no idea, man. The only problem is, oh, effectively, we're just gonna. Okay, that's fine. We're just gonna move all of these down here, and that's fine. Ah, Gmail search. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Whatever works. Okay, yep. And this is why you want to make sure you double check all your names and stuff. So the issue and the reason this stuff is all goofed up is because we literally just copied this code from Pidgin or from Purple and changed Purple to say Burb. And we didn't really do any other review, or at least I don't think I did. Made sure the unit test worked, stuff like that, and assumed everything was good. And it wasn't. Like, happens, right? Like, it sucks. What do you do? Best laid plan, something, 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 right? Just, you know, is what it is. Well, this should go away, number one. Because there's a better way to do that that we're aware of now, but that's fine. Ugh. Center fire not... What? Oh, the at. I'm like, what's the problem? All right. Check the docs. That's not what I meant to do. All right, cool. Right, so now the values, they're all right? They say they're since 0.1. Cool. Right. Awesome. We should have under aliases. Yeah, okay. So now the output stream error enum, it shows up as an alias. It's deprecated. Please not use newly written code. Oh, I've got to say, wait. Yeah, I've got to say it in the attribution thing. Or, not attribution, whatever. For, verb queued output stream error. There you go. Well, that... Is this how they normally do this shit? Okay, so they do the link for it apparently. Yeah, because that's not linked. Okay, cool. So colon and then use enum. Or do we want to say enum or error domain? They don't have periods after that? Okay, use instead. Should be air. Okay, cool. Thanks for telling me. Okay. That takes you to the right one. Yep. Okay, cool. Now the sins of the past have been fixed. Yay. um Oh, I would really like. Do we try to do this real quick? We could. So we have the check header file, or check the not header file, check the file header test that we built in libpurple. The problem is I want to use it in all our projects, so the idea is to put it into burb, so then we can just call it from burb. And I have it. Well, no, I didn't do any of the work. I just copied the file, so never mind. That's not a great job. Yeah. HG branch queued output stream error. Fix some issues with the queued output stream error. The enum was misnamed. This deprecates the old misnamed enum and creates a proper error domain for the properly named version. We're not going to commit this yet because we're going to come over here. We're going to go here. We're going to merge this stuff, and then I'm just going to rebase right away. All right, so both of these, we'll just start with 4149. Verb clean, issue up default, issue poll minus u, RBT land minus R4149, right? 4149. Ninja Turtles. Right, and 4148, right? If either of you are going to be around Ivanhoe or QLogic, I'm just going to cut this release right away. If that's cool. Assuming we can get through the enum thing, too. Oh, I didn't actually land. What do you mean, IRC Pidgin? Does Pidgin do IRC? It can, yes. Yes, Ninja Turtles. That's the entire joke, Skyward Dev. We use the Ninja build system, so the Turtles target runs all of our projects that use Mason have a Turtles target. What it does is it runs everything that we need, that it runs everything we want the build to run. And then since we have a standardized target name, we can just run that across all our projects and it'll make sure it does the right stuff. So it makes things simplified. It simplifies all the things. Ever heard of Cosmopolitan C? No. Let's see with cocktails, I guess. Or it's like Cosmo, the woman's magazine. I don't know. It asks you quizzes about your boyfriend. A shredder target is somewhere to balance. What could a shred? I guess it could be like a super clean. But like you can't really delete the build directory. I guess we could just alias clean to shredder. C source, you write once, compile once, and have a single execute binary which works on 7 operating system, 2 architecture. All right, well that's not going to happen for us. Like that's cool, but that's just not going to work for us. There's too much platform dependent stuff we have to worry about. So that, or it's just a giant fat binary, and what's the point, right? Splinter for the docks? Huh. No, you don't understand. We we literally can only compile things on certain operating systems. So, like what good does a fat binary do us when we want to be in Linux distros and packages and package managers and stuff like that? Like, okay, POSIX API, fucking great. How do I talk to the screensaver on Windows to get the idle time of somebody? That's not in a POSIX API. What does POSIX stand for? I don't remember. Like, POSIX API, or just POSIX Wikipedia. Because apparently we can't do that. Oh, hey, look, there it is. There you go. There's the answer. Yeah, great. Doesn't matter. We do platform-specific things. Like talk to the screensavers that are native on the platforms. Or talk to their native credential manager. That's keychain access on Mac or Windows... WinRM? No, that's remote management. What the hell's the password thing on Windows? WinCred on Windows, right? That's not portable API. Windows has a shit implementation of POSIX that doesn't include regex from POSIX 2002 something. Like their POSIX compliance is bare minimum. This sounds like a complete waste of my time because what we have already works, and this is just extra work for the sake of having one download file as opposed to custom ones. Who cares? Like, why would anybody care about that? Oh, it's just one file. Users won't get confused. Well, great. They should be installing from the package manager from Flatpak on Linux and BSD and Haiku and Solaris or Open Indiana or even Mac. They should be doing it from Brew or the App Store. On Windows, they're going to do it from the App Store. Why would we bother wasting our time on this? Why are you wasting my time debating this with me? I'll start there. Oh, take a look. It's amazing. No, I don't care. For 20 plus years, we've been doing it this way. It works just fine. I have no reason to go and do anything harder than it needs to be. I don't care if I'm misunderstanding. That's the part you don't seem to understand. I don't care. Oh, I was going to maybe do these separate, but that's fine. They can sneak in here. Oh, as a kindness. Now you're helping me out. Yeah, okay. Try to gaslight me some more, asshole. All these people that want to help me all the time. It's so funny. Everyone thinks I need help. And then I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. Oh, well, I'm just trying to be helpful. I'm like, okay. Trying to save you some time. No, you're not saving me time. You're wasting time right now. You see me getting these discussions on Mastodon all the time, too. And it's just like, I thought I'd save you time. Like, all right, well then fucking submit a patch. You want to save me time? Write code. Submit a patch. Trying to convince me to do more work does not save me time. Forgetting for the fact, even if you instantly convinced me, it still creates more work for me, which does, in fact, cost time and does not save time. Can we all agree on that? Fucking hell. Next thing I know, someone's gonna be like, you should rewrite Pidgin in Holy See. Like, no. Why? Like, why would you even consider that as a potential option? Apparently I never full screened this. Oh, that's fine. Pixelate. 1. I did, well. Did the full screen change? What the fuck? Okay. I don't know what happened, but alright, fine. Oh, now I'm full screen here. I don't know. People always have the most crazy suggestions, and like they never seem to be thought out. And then like I have to explain that, and it gets super duper irritating. And like the worst part too is like, all right, maybe the thing's cool, but now you've, soured me on it, so I don't give a shit. Well, you're not understanding. What's the benefit? What is the benefit? Oh, you can't tell me. Great. Okay, cool. Awesome. Thanks for helping. And then somehow I end up looking like the asshole all the time, which is fine. I don't care. If I need to be the villain in everyone's story, so fucking be it. Someone's wrong on the internet has become someone doesn't use the stuff I use on the internet. Yeah, exactly. You left out and you're wrong because I'm right. Yeah, I don't know. The thing that drives me the most nuts is just about this stuff. Like I said, it's the whole thing where like, oh, I'm just trying to help you. You don't need to be an asshole. Like, you're being an asshole already, and you don't even recognize it. Coming up to somebody and trying to convince them unsolicited, or approaching somebody unsolicited and trying to tell them to change stuff is being an asshole. Full stop. Right? Like, did I ask for opinions? No. Did I seem to imply that I was having problems? No. Did I seem to be in need of help? No. Right? It's just, I don't know. I don't understand how people don't identify what they're doing. Right? It's just, what was the one the other day? And the worst part is these people think like this doesn't happen to me constantly. It's just like, So it might be easier from the Pidgin side. Yeah. So we'll go over another one because this shit is just here all the time. So go. So this person, I'll even share the link because who cares? It's all public. They didn't delete anything, right? This person goes and starts calling out Matt KC and Pidgin. And so, number one, let's look at this. The Matt KC account he links to, or sorry, they link to. Let's look at this Matt KC account. If you guys don't know Matt KC, he's a YouTube person. He does a bunch of stuff, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Does this look like a real Matt KC account? Has 18 followers, isn't following him, but he has one post. Maybe it's really Matt KC's. I don't know. But like, youtube.com/Matt KC. Yeah, totally legit, totally real, right? Whereas Matt Casey's, let's see, 496,000 subscribers, 128 videos. Definitely seems like Matt Casey's, yeah, the icon looks okay. Definitely seems like it. But anyways, all right, so here. First of all, why did you do that, Matt Casey? Who the fuck is this asshole, right? Instantly asshole, starting out asshole. Backporting a shitty app like Discord to Windows 95 is not only absurd, but explicitly going against Discord's toss. Okay, I mean, that's an opinion, sure. It would have been easier and more useful to, i.e., backport Gajim/Gajim or Pidgin. I don't know why Gajim's in there twice, but whatever. /hash Pidgin, or even Linphone and Webcall, and the underlining Chromium, NWJS, whatever the hell it is, I don't know. But hey, maybe some folks just like that. They're time wasted, I guess, right? I'm adding the tone. That's the tone I hear when I read this. Does anybody else hear the tone of just like some exasperated asshole? Because that's how I read this originally. But do people not read it that way? A little more nasally in your mind? Right. Like, so now the first thing that I do before I respond to anybody on social media is I click their profile and I check their profile because I don't know who I'm talking to until I check their profile. Okay, cool. Punch Nazis 24/7. I agree with that. Anti-fascism. Okay, cool. It's fine. Can't read the rest of this because I don't speak German. I'm assuming that's German. But I will even go through this and do this, right? Loyal to the Constitution, against fear culture, disenfranchisement, for colorful diversity, whatever that is. Pronouns he, him. You may know me from my shit site, twitter.com. Okay, whatever, right? Okay, cool, right? Seems fine. Right, so anti-fascist, whatever, but believes in diversity and whatever, right? This seems not like somebody who cares about diversity, right? Because if somebody wants to go use Windows 95 and do what they want, cool. Whatever, right? It's their time. They can do what they want. I don't necessarily think it's a good use of time, but if you have fun doing it, I don't give a shit, right? Consenting adults and all that, who gives a shit? Not my problem, right? Way bigger things to get involved with. So I respond back with, Purple Discord already exists and is against Discord's toss. But so is AIM, Yahoo, MSN, and ICQ support in-game /Pidgin. And then I linked to that. I said, at any rate, let people have fun doing what they want to do. It is their time after all. When I posted this, I shared it with some friends. I think I might have put it on Discord too. And I was like, I'm probably going to regret replying to this, but something needs to be said because, like, you can't just let assholes go unchecked. Especially when they're not directly talking to me, but talking about something I build, right? So then they respond, sure, spelled with an H. Weird. Okay. I just don't use any of these proprietary single vendor and single provider services. Of course, it's his time and skills. Cool. Not sure why you're yelling at other people for the personal choices that have nothing to do with you, though. Sure, like the mic. Yeah, I don't know. Right? And said, I'm not yelling, mate. But Keo telling that yourself often enough, and you may actually believe it. And I just responded with whatever you need to tell yourself, because clearly this person has a lot of hate, right? But like this is just the most recent case. Okay, and this is 4 days ago, right? But like I and now there's probably gonna be something about me hating on Cosmopolitan C that I never even asked to be involved in. Not heard of doing whatever the fuck you want? Yeah. But they believe in the Constitution and diversity. As long as you follow their Constitution that says you shouldn't touch Windows 95. Or anything proprietary, right? Now, like, I prefer to use open source stuff, but you know what? Open source does not cover everything, and there are better implementations that are proprietary out there, right? This is why I use Sublime Text, right? I pay for Sublime Text. You all know this. If you don't know this, register to me, single user license, purchase 2024-7/18, right? If the software's good and it's better than the open source alternatives, I will pay for it. Have I watched the video they linked? I think I watched it a long time ago. Or not a long time ago, but I watched it previously. Because, like, it wasn't Matt KC that did the work. He helped somebody else doing the work, and I forget what else. But the video is a month or so old, maybe older. I don't remember. Right? Let me just pull it up here. Yeah, it's 2 months ago. If I went and looked at my history, I probably watched it shortly after it came out. Right, but like, it's the whole thing with like other people working on like retro protocols and stuff. It's fun. They want to have fun. Fine, cool, right? Who cares? I also talked about another client reimplementation that had implement nudges. Okay, are you saying I should add nudges support back into Purple 3? But whatever. It's just this stuff comes up all the time because I don't know why. And people are always like, you have to stop engaging. And like, yes, but no. Because otherwise, these people just take over all your social media channels. And if you don't make a stand against it, people just see this fucking stupid toxic bullshit everywhere. And they don't see you actually actively trying to get them out of the community and away from your shit. Right? At least that's what I see, right? If I see a project that's just tolerating assholes all the time, I don't want to be anywhere near the project. Right? Even as a user, I'm just like, nah. Right? It's just, I don't know. That's my feeling. We'll see. So, just thought it was funny. Yeah. I mean, and we might consider doing nudges again, too. Whether or not we put a button on all the conversations, probably not. Or at least give you an option to just, like, disable it. Which, really, we should have had in the first place. But, yeah. So, let's port it to Windows for Workgroup 3.1.1. I mean, knock yourself out, Ted. Do what you want. I don't know how you're going to compile. I mean, building for 16-bit Windows is going to be an experience. Like, that is something you cannot deny. And then trying to build a modern app for 16-bit Windows will be an experience. It depends on what you're into, on whether or not it's pleasurable or not, but that's you. I'm not going to kink shame you. It's just, I don't know. Part of this is like nerds and geeks just get so not ingrained, but so passionate about their tools and stuff. And like wanting to share them and stuff, cool, but it's just, it gets out of control so much. All right, anyways, we're in an ad right now. I got to get water. I got to pee. I'll be right back. tripping here. I know it's my printers. Apparently, I ran a calibration and then never dismissed the dialogue on them. Also, it's getting really cold in here because fall. Yay! You're wrong. Fall's the worst season. Winter's the best season because it has so many holidays in it. Blah blah blah. What I feel like when I'm talking to people on the internet, or shit people pull me into. All right. Get this change log updated. Oh, cool. There's even more. I'm missing syntax. Still feel the days until autumn. I know it because I had to look it up the other day, September 22nd. Nice. 4060. There's no bugs on this. Nope. I don't know. The temperature has dropped a lot here. My garden is struggling to stay alive, but I still got a few things out there. I mean, it's not super. I mean, it's chilly. It's not cold yet. What we got? 55 Fahrenheit feels like 54. That is 13 for everybody else in the rest of the world. So, it's not too bad yet. It's getting there. $41, $49. Oh, I said a bug too. 31 or something? Oh, no. This one didn't. But the next one did. I'm here in the Southwest. Finally can sleep with the windows open and not have to run the AC the whole bloody time. Yeah, yeah. Right. Like, it's 50 whatever for us. And it's just like, oh, I don't need the AC all the time. Windows are open. And I sleep so much better when it's like, whatever, between 60 and 70 Fahrenheit in my room. I sleep much, much better. Like, I'm so happy to not be spent, like, I don't know, my power bill's been out of control. So, not having to run the AC is like, so much better. $18. Where the fuck did I get 31 from? $41.50. I just wonder, I love the heat 90 plus. Now anything above 80 gets me cranky. Yeah. When it first started getting cold, my body was not happy with the cold. I have some weird joint stuff. It's specifically called hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. You can read more about that there if you care. But basically, my joints are weird. So like people that have arthritis and stuff, you know, when the weather changes, the barometric pressure changes and stuff, my body feels it. And it's not pleasant generally. So the first couple days when it got cold, I was just like, oh, I was miserable. It's the 9th now, right? 99. Just run Ninja. I also have to do allow dirty because the unchecked in file there. Do we want to put in Splinter and Shredder targets? And do we put in an April target? But what does April do? If it was like, if we like created the changelog from commit messages, that would work. But we don't. Oh. We can make Casey Jones run the fuzzers whenever we add fuzzers. All right, apparently I'm at a typo. April's code coverage report. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's interesting. Yeah, because we have the coverage stuff. So April would only be enabled if you do -B code coverage. But yeah, that could totally work. Oh, yep, there should be a space there. Too many things running. I didn't catch the line number. 67. $41.50. Oh. I think that'll work. Or we'll just do it this way. Oh. I wonder if this is even going to work. It's ER, right? Yeah, it's not Shreddar. That'd be funny, though. Here's a good fact many of you may not know. If you haven't watched the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon in a long time, you may not have realized that. So there's two people that voice Shredder. One of them, I don't remember who he is. I don't think he's super popular or anything. But one of them that's around all the time is actually James Avery. I think that's the right name. Who was Uncle Phil on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Go back and watch it. You're going to be like, oh my God. I'm really... Let's just do clean. Oh, that's not going to work on Windows anyways. We can't RM minus RF on Windows. Maybe if it was in POSIX. Oh, I didn't publish my pull request. Yeah. I'm like, wait a second. I don't even see the thing here. I published, but I didn't do anything else. All right. I really like the idea of the April target. How do we check that? Although this doesn't necessarily work, right? Now that I think about this. So Ninja Shredder, Ninja Splinter, Ninja April. Right? Like this works because you literally type Ninja Turtles. Yeah, I think we're gonna skip this for now. I want to do something like it, but it's not as poignant as I think it needs to be, and I'm not sure how we get there. Like Ninja Splinter, Ninja Shredder. Okay, maybe it's a little weird, but maybe, right? Yeah. Ninja Gaiden, Ninja Blender. What's Ninja Blender? The appliances. I'm like, what? Um, Ninja Air Fryer. Ninja Vacuum? Do they have a vacuum? I don't think they have a vacuum. Ninja Creamy? I don't. Like that sounds potentially gross. Oh yeah, I almost closed that. I'm like, I'm purposely leaving that open so that I don't accidentally close it. Their chat protocol I favor. One you wish would be the. I don't care about de facto standards. De facto standards are dumb. Like, people should use things that they like to use for reasons that they have, right? We shouldn't be trying to bully people into bullshit. Oh shit. How the fuck did I do that? But, you know, chat protocols are what they are, right? Like, there's definitely things I dislike about chat protocols, but, like, who cares, right? People are going to use them for whatever reasons they have. And that reason is generally that's where their friends are. And that's what's important to them, and that's fine. But like we were talking about this earlier too, where it's like people want to be like, oh, so somebody on YouTube asked AMD or Intel, and I don't care. Use whatever you like, right? Like, I prefer to use AMD stuff because it's cheaper, right? But like, if you can get a huge deal on an Intel machine, who cares? Go get it, right? It's a fucking processor. It's a tool. Like, I don't know why everyone has to be all tribal. It just, yeah. AMD or Intel? Ford. Yeah. Risk 5, man. Risk 5's the future. It's all open source. It's going to change the world. Yeah. Okay. I'm not doubting your people's beliefs and stuff, but it's just like, I've been down this road before where open source is going to change the world and blah blah blah, and then guess what? It did win, quote unquote, but it's nothing like what anybody would have expected, right? Over the decades, the split of social group across platforms is a pain in the ass. Yeah, I mean, but like, it's always been that way, right? And even without social media and stuff, you've got SMS, you've got phone calls, right? It just, everything's split. You could write people letters. You can show up at their house, right? Like, there's all sorts of different ways to communicate. It's fine, right? They're all valid options. I mean, Pidgin's still an option. There's tons of support for other protocols in Pidgin too. Risk, wow. First time I used NT was on a Risk. And it was going to change the world until it didn't. Yeah. Risk will change everything. Risk is good. That's from Hackers, if you don't know. Which last two are frowned upon? Oh, the going to people's house and talking on the phone or whatever else I said? Yeah. I mean, it's fine. It's not for everyone, that's for sure, right? And that's fine, right? We don't need to be following one single thing and being dogmatic about the world. It's just, yep, do your thing, right? Like, it's funny. There's a couple GTK developers that will not move to Matrix. So like, whenever somebody has a question about him, about the things they maintain in the Matrix room, they're like, yeah, you got to go to IRC. And they're like, ugh, can somebody message them? I don't want to set up IRC. I'm just like, yep. Like, it's the way it goes, right? Like, not everybody wants to do everything. I get it, but yeah. Yeah, I want Pidgin on my cell phone too. Let me ask you this. What version, well, what kind of cell phone do you have? No, so you've got to run your own IRC bridges now. There used to be a bridge from Libera to Matrix, but due to numerous problems, they finally just shut them down. But like, you could run your own personal bridge and stuff like that, but the people that want to stay on IRC aren't going to run those bridges. And nobody else is setting up the bridge. So Android is possible. So we have I wrote a blog post. I got to move it to another site, but mobile. So some things have changed since I wrote this in August of 20. Oh, no, that's the I'll go to the post. You post. When did I write this? February of 2024. Some things have changed since this. But some other things are changing that might make it harder again. So the real problem with Android was originally like, while the App Store and everything is GPL compatible, the problem is we would have to build another interface that uses Java, or that builds on Java. Since we have libpurple, it has to be JNI, blah, 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 blah. There's a whole lot of crap for us to do to figure it out. And while it's possible, it's not something we're going to focus on right now. Since then, there is now a GTK backend for Android, which means, in theory, we can just compile an Android version. We haven't done any of this work yet. I was actually hoping to do this for Experimental 4 and just ran out of time. But the other problem is that all of that stuff depends on a development or on patches to Mason, and they have not been upstreamed yet. So I wanted to wait until they were upstream before I started messing with it, because otherwise it's just a pain in the butt. And then ridiculous instructions to try to run people through, and then of course help them troubleshoot. I just didn't want any part of that. Since none of that's landed yet, haven't really cared about it. However, the new problem with Android is Google is now pushing to make sure that you can only sideload apps that Google has reviewed and approved, and whether that whole thing lands might complicate things as well. So we don't know, right? As for iOS, we just can't do iOS. I mean, we could build an iOS front end and stuff, but it's not worth our time, literally. And I go over that here. But the TLDR is, number one, the GPL or the iOS App Store is not GPL compatible. Therefore, we cannot add Pidgin to the iOS App Store, which severely limits our reach, right? Like, we're just not going to hit as many users. Sure, we could set up a sideload with Cydia or something, but like, again, our support burden for something like that has a very low reach and therefore low return on investment. Not that we're making money or anything, but we're going to invest this time into it. Is it going to be worthwhile for users? Or will users maybe donate? I don't know, right? But when the number of users goes from the App Store to sideloading, it's very low. But worse than that, so like then people will be like, well, you can grant an exception to the license. The problem is one of copyright. Pidgin being 27 years old, there's a lot of people have touched it, including, I don't know for certain, but I'm assuming at least one of those contributors has passed on and is no longer on this earth. But I am certain that one of the contributor copyright holders is Sun Microsystems, whose copyrights should have transferred to Oracle in theory. But am I going to get Oracle on the line to grant us exception to our license to something they give no fucks about? Probably not, right? So it's dead in the water there. But even if we somehow found a way around that and somebody decided that copyright, whatever, something, whatever, right? There is, all this is covered here. So there's also the FOSS clause, and no, that's not the right one. Where is it? Okay, yeah. So in App Store Review Guidelines, section 5.2.2, Apple says, if your app uses, accesses, monetizes access to, or displays contents from a third-party service, ensure that you are specifically permitted to do so under the service's terms of use. Authorization must be provided upon request. We're not going to get that. Facebook's never going to approve us, or Meta's never going to approve us connecting to Facebook, Instagram, or WhatsApp, and IRC networks and shit. I mean, they would be fine, generally speaking. But like any of the proprietary protocols, they're never going to grant this. They're never going to do that because we're already against the terms of service. The Discord protocol plugin is technically against the terms of service. Now, whether or not they enforce it's a whole other story. But like, we've got 2 strikes against us from the iOS App Store, and this one we literally can never meet it. So we're just not going to spend our time doing anything with iOS. And the Android stuff looks like it's going to be, oh, hey, we just compile for this and we're done. Right? And then cool. The sideloading thing seems very anti-Android. Yeah, it's for security. Yeah, the conversations I Am Author has. Yeah. Yeah. If you're not following him, um, I can't think of his name right now. I think I have notifications turned on for him. God, everything's slow today. Do I have? He's been running into some fun stuff because, like, Google is saying he's collecting email addresses because of XMPP usernames. So, like, my XMPP username is grim@pidgin.im. Yep, looks like an email address. And that's what Google's saying. So then he has to say that, like, he's claiming email addresses and ask for permission for it or something to make everything work. And it's so dumb. The TLDR should. The truth is, fuck Apple portable devices. I hated their licensing. Yeah. The thing is, there's a bunch of highly opinionated but underinformed people out there, and like I don't know, aside from like writing blog posts and stuff, I don't know how to deal with it, because even when I link them to the blog post, they're like, well, can't you like, you haven't worked through any of the problems. I don't know what you're expecting. Daniel Gulch, something like that is how you say his name. Yeah, I was gonna try to jump in on his XMPP icons. Oh, thanks. There you go. But yeah, it's just I don't know. There's an example I was getting to, and I don't remember what it was now. Something about the highly opinionated and underinformed people. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like there's something disrespectful about it too. Like thinking that like I haven't tried to do my due diligence to see that we can do these things. And just like, oh yeah, I don't care. I don't care about this at all. Yeah. I only have a ridiculous amount of build agents and stuff for the project to make sure it runs right so that users have a good time. But whatever. Fuck me, am I right? Like, Jesus. Oh, you didn't think of the one problem that I magically have the solution for. Like, that's not a solution, man. Alright. Close that, close that. That. Whoop. You don't need that. Come back to that. That was closed. I wanted to go to issues, not that. Yeah, we probably should have done this, but it's okay. Oh, no, this one gets trickier, yeah. I was not writing a unit test for that tonight. That is for certain. All right. Oh, sweet. Thank you. Let's land verb 05. Oh, I was gonna do the. Okay, the verb clean. HE up default. HE full minus U. CD build. RBT land. Minus R 4151. And like that. All right, we'll wait till the app finishes. All right, add finishes. The other thing I was gonna say about the highly opinionated, underinformed people is like the shit people will bring up about not using Git or GitHub is just oh. And like I like essentially trauma dump on them all the reasons why what they're saying isn't true, and they just ignore all of it, and it's just like fuck off. It's just where I end up. Just like, yep, just nope. It's just, yeah, it's just so ridiculous. You'd get more contributors. So my new thing too, I want to make stickers or something for this. So I use this in a Mastodon discussion the one day. I was like, oh, so like the contributor fairies at GitHub will just start dropping random contributors on me once I move to GitHub. That's so cool. So I want to make like a contributor fairy emote and like stickers and shit. I don't know what it's gonna look like, but that's the idea, and I think it would be hilarious. It probably will in the form of AI submissions, yeah, and I want no part of that too. Just like Hacktober, right? And that's coming up too, and that's gonna be with all the newer AI models and stuff. I can't imagine what people are going through with Hacktober. Just yeah. So yeah, I recently did this because I realized it was possible. I didn't know it was possible. This is something I've wanted to do for eons. Even 10 plus years ago when I used XFCE and like it didn't have a way to display it, but like because I jump around through so many different things at a time, it's hard to keep track of even when I try to be uh deliberate about it, what's where, right? So like Pidgin always ends up on desktop 4, but anything between 5 through 9 is fucking whatever, right? It depends on the day and what's there. So naming the workspaces helps, right? So yeah, and like I recently learned it was there. I set it up on Sway and then here in i3, and I'm like, oh, this is great. So yeah, it's mostly just for my sake, right? Because like always I'd have to flip through the other ones and be like, oh, where's Burb? Now it's like, oh, Burb's on 6. Sweet. Right? Just simple, more simple. Tag v0.5.0. 5.0. Mason Dest. You know, you can also have icons on Windows. Yeah, isn't it just via emoji? Or can you give it file names? Not that like we don't have icons for everything, so it'd be kind of annoying. But like, I don't know. I don't need the icons. All right. GPG minus B minus A. Burb 0.5.0.tar.xz. There tries the charm. We haven't released in a while. Verify. Burb 0.5.0. Oop. Yay! Oh, well, like either it's all going to be the same stuff. Oh, you mean up here, up at the top? Yeah, no, I don't care. Like, I don't even know why I have the title of the like the prompt change in the terminal ones, because like that's not helpful to me. It doesn't matter. Like I never look at it. All right, S copy burb 0.5.0 star to frs.sf.net:/home/frs/project/pidgin/burb/0.5.0. Or is it projects? Nope, I guess that's right. sf.net projects pidgin burb. Oh, files. Burb 050, less than 10 minutes ago. Sweet. Okay. Issue of default. HGLG. Phase minus P. HGLG one more time. Issue push. Close completed. 6. Issue pull. But yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of just I don't want to say I'm done with like app icons, but like they just don't do anything for me. Like once I started organizing everything by workspace and stuff, and most of them are full screen, right? Like there's a couple, well, this one's a couple terminals and stuff, but um, like even so, whatever the HD Home Run Protocol plugin, I got a terminal and this, right? There's two things here. Adding icons is just doesn't change anything for me. It's like, okay, cool. Oh, I gotta figure out why that's crashing so fast. Gonna complain about the file. Yep. License dist allowed. But yeah, so like the whole me not using app icons for the most part too is also kind of problematic for Pidgin 3 having a new app icon. I don't see it anywhere. So I flipped a bunch of my social media stuff and the Pidgin stuff to use it. Well, even drun. Oh no, I do have it in drun, but I haven't done an install. Right, but like I, I don't run Pidgin 3 from here anyways. Actually, it's not drun, it's Rofi, but whatever. Like I said, it's just not something to use. Fuck, it's 4 in the morning. I need to go to bed. I don't know how I missed that, but okay. It's gonna set the right date. I don't know. Nope. Uh, 0.5.1. Okay. Sweet. Yeah, I've seen people with just like crazy i3 bars or whatever bars, and it's just like, okay, cool, but like yeah, I don't care. Like if that works for people, awesome. But whatever. Now I'm just gonna wait for the. Yeah, but it makes you so much more proficient and blah blah blah. And yeah, I'm not you people. Not you, whoever's saying that is what I'm trying to say. That came out very I can't think of the word. God, I'm tired. Came out real shitty. Let's just go with that. Can't think of the right word. Confrontational? Sure. I was thinking more, starts with a P, I think. Not provocative. Not petty. Like, but like, should give you guys an idea of what I'm trying to say. Like, holier than thou kind of thing. Fuck, what is this word? Pretentious. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, whatever. We got it figured out. It's cool. Like, this is the funny part too. It's like when, like, I know people think I am pretentious and stuff. It's just like I can't even think of the word pretentious. Right? Like, what the fuck? Like, it just this doesn't make any sense, man. Pretentious or know what you want and how you want it. Yeah. I don't know. It's more, not even necessarily that. It's just like, why is everybody gotta, like, get up in everybody's business and, like, try to tell them what they're doing wrong and shit, right? Like, who cares? Right? Like, you should be using Cosmopolitan C because then you can make one binary that works on 7 operating systems. But why? Like, can you imagine the amount of additional testing I'd have to do for that? Right? Like, huh? Yeah. Just, it's... yeah. All right. Well, we are all cleaned up. We can work on the account setting stuff next time. Oh, I messed this up. I am tired because it's 4 in the morning. Who is this person I'm following that I don't know? Huh? Maybe they changed their name. Maybe, I don't know. Oh, I've stayed up late enough that there's more people I know online. I don't know that we've rated this person before, but that's cool. We'll go rate them anyways. Yep. Know what it is, but Cosmos C name makes you cringe a little? Yeah. I don't know. Names are whatever. I'm not too hyped on, or not a big deal unless it's, you know, like, obviously, like, oh, what the hell? But, yeah. Oh, good. This person just started. Sweet. All right, we're going to get out of here. We're going to go rate I Develop Things, who is working on Twitch bot application with Go, TypeScript, and Vue. If you don't want to join the raid, you can go ahead and hit cancel above the chat. YouTube, I don't know. He has a link to YouTube. I'll just give you that. Sure. Oh, that's not what I wanted. But in the meantime, be sure to follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube and hit the notification bell for your desired level of notifications. In the meantime, you can find links to all my social media right over here. I do post on my Mastodon when I'm going to stream, so if you want to get notified that way, you can follow me there. Otherwise, you can join us on the officially unofficial Pidgin Discord as well. Hang out when I'm not streaming and just do other Pidgin discussion, hang out, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You know the drill. So, yeah. All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for coming by tonight. And we should be on Thursday, may or may not be on tomorrow, Wednesday. I don't know. Pay attention or just, you know, catch me on Twitch, whatever. You'll see it. So, all right. Anyways, have a good night, everyone. Until next time, adios.